Good morning to one and all. On behalf of the organizing committee, I, Saurabh Srivastav, as one of the conveners of the conference along with Dr. Rashinath Awat, extends a very warm and respectful welcome to all the distinguished dignitaries, eminent scientists, academicians, industry experts, researchers, scholars, and students to the 5th International Conference on Recent Advances in Material Science and Computational Techniques, in short, Ramsact 2025, organized by the Faculty of Science, Technology and Architecture in collaboration with University of Southern Denmark and Sunway University, Malaysia, and sponsored by Anusandhan National Research Foundation, ANRF, New Delhi, and American Chemical Society for the poster prizes, and Sinsil International Private Limited. The journey of Ramsact has taken its progressive pace in the last 5 years. May I request the ARVR team to play a small video to revisit the journey of Ramsact. To begin this auspicious occasion, thank you. To begin this auspicious occasion, we shall now proceed with the traditional lamp lighting ceremony, which symbolizes the dispelling of darkness and the illumination of knowledge, wisdom, and scientific query. May I now respectfully invite our esteemed dignitaries to kindly come forward for the lamp lighting ceremony. Our Honorable Chief Guest, Professor V. Ramgopal Rao, our esteemed guest of honor, Professor Jainendra Jain, the Honorable President, Professor Niti Nipun Sharma, the Honorable President is not here, the Honorable sorry, the Honorable Pro-President, Professor Karunakar Kotegar, the respected Dean Ria, Professor Lalita Ledwani, the respected Dean, Faculty of Science, Technology and Architecture, Professor Kuldeep Singh Sangwan, the respected Associate Dean, Professor Ashima Bagaria, the Head and Co-Chair Ramsact, Professor Praveen Kumar Surolia.
Sa sa ni sa ni ni sa ni pa pa ni pa ma pa ma pa ga ma pa ni da 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 sa pa 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 ni ma ma pa ma ga ma pa ni sa.
Successful conduct of this conference and for meaningful deliberations that will inspire innovation and excellence in material sciences. I now respectfully request our honorable chief guest, esteemed guest of honor, President, Dean, Faculty of Science, Technology and Architecture, and Dean Ria to kindly take their seats on the dais. May I request our Honorable President, Professor N.N. Sharma, to kindly welcome our Honorable Chief Guest, Professor V. Ramgopal Rao, Vice-Chancellor, BITS Pilani, by presenting a sapling as a symbol of growth, sustainability, and our commitment to a greener future. Thank you, Honorable President. May I now request our respected Dean, Faculty of Science, Technology and Architecture, Professor Kuldeep Singh Sangwan, to kindly welcome our esteemed guest of honor, Professor Jainendra Kumar Jain, by presenting a sapling symbolizing knowledge, nurturing, and sustainable development. Thank you, Honorable Dean. May I request our respected Dean, Research, International Affairs and Academic Administration, Professor Lalita Ledwani, for a formal welcome address and to share with us the genesis of the conference, outlining the vision, objectives, and the journey that led to the organization of this academic gathering. Madam, the dais is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Saurabh. Namaskar. The Chief Guest, Professor V. Ramgopal Rao, Group Vice-Chancellor, BITS Pilani. Guest of Honor, Professor Jainendra K. Jain, Wolf Awardee, Physics 2025 from Pennsylvania University, USA. President, Manipal University, Jaipur, Professor N.N. Sharma. Dean, Faculty of Science, Technology and Architecture, Professor Kuldeep S. Sangwan. Distinguished guests sitting off the dais, Professor Karnakar, Pro-President, Manipal University, Jaipur. Co-chairs in the conference, Professor Ashima, Professor Praveen, deans of various divisions of Manipal University, Jaipur. Co-conveners, Dr. Saurabh, Dr. Rashi. Conveners, Dr. Saurabh and Dr. Rashi. Co-conveners, Dr. Ashish, Dr. Nema. Organizing secretaries of the conference, Dr. Anjani, Dr. Kishore, Dr. Ankur Jain. Distinguished speakers, participants, fellow colleagues from Manipal University, Jaipur, faculty members and scholars who have come all across from various institutions, ladies and gentlemen, it's my profound honor and immense pleasure to welcome each one of you in the 5th International Conference on Recent Advances on Material Science and Computational Techniques. This conference is organized by Manipal University, Jaipur, and co-organizers of the conference are Sunway University and University of Southern Denmark. The conference is sponsored by the Anusandhan National Research Foundation, New Delhi, and as well as by American Chemical Society. The industry partner to support the conference is Sensil International Private Limited. I am very pleased to mention that various societies, including the Society for Material Chemistry, Jaipur chapter, Catalysis Society of India, Microbiology Society, Indian Association of Reliability and Stats are partnering in the conduction of this conference. When I look at Ramsact journey, I go back in the year 2021 when the entire world was facing very crucial situation of pandemic, and that time it has been realized that academic institutions should come forward for helping community by converting the scientific and technical principles and concepts to change it into translational and interdisciplinary research. With this aim, the conference Ramsact was conceived with a clear and forward-looking vision to promote interdisciplinary and translational journey. The first two conferences, because of the COVID situation, was conducted in an online mode. The third conference, because of the relatively better situation in 2023, it get converted into hybrid mode. And since last year, the fourth conference, we had started organizing preferably in the physical mode. The abbreviation of Ramsact is coincidentally correlated with the Indian mythological epic Ramayana. The word is very important, Ram Setu, which is being used to join two geographical regions for meaningful purpose. And we believe that Ramsact is also playing an equivalent role where material science and computational techniques, these two domains are bridging gap through the platform called Ramsact. And this journey which we have started, it has started giving its output, and gradually its wings are opening, and it has started flying, and the rainbow of material science and computational technique domains, this is started emerging in the sky. It is also correlated with Indian philosophical thought, Samanvaya and Siddhi. This verse is nicely correlated with knowledge and practice. When we say knowledge and practice, it is resonating well with bridging the gap between material science and computational technique. The challenge which we face in the real world can only be solved by adopting interdisciplinary approach to serve the society for the development of the nation. This was the core objective of Ramsact in the last 5 years, and collaborative journey, that was another objective of the Ramsact, and I am very glad to mention, along with publications, we could fetch a very prestigious grant, including DST purse. The discussion had started from platform like Ramsact only. After conducting first 3 versions, today we are here to organize the 5th version of the Ramsact. And ladies and gentlemen, it's my proud privilege to welcome chief guest of the function today, Professor Ramgopal Rao, who is the role model for scientific community. We are especially privileged to have such a visionary leader, an academician of extraordinary caliber, whose contribution to research and education have inspired countless students and faculty members. May I request everyone to join me in welcoming Professor Ramgopal Rao by giving a huge round of applause. Thank you so much, sir, for gracing the occasion with your prestigious and august presence. It's my equal privilege to extend a warm welcome to Professor Jainendra K. Jain, whose remarkable achievement in physics have been recognized with the Wolf Prize, which is one of the highest international honors in the scientific community. I'm truly privileged to welcome Professor Jain for his august presence. May I request audience to join thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, Manipal University, Jaipur is progressing leaps and bounds in the dynamic leadership of our President, Professor N.N. Sharma. It's my proud privilege to welcome Professor N.N. Sharma on this occasion. Thank you, sir. I also take this opportunity to welcome Professor Sangwan for his constant input in the organization of this event. Professor Karnakar for constant encouragement. I would wish to thank and wish to extend welcome. Thank you, sir. The entire organizing team, I would wish to take this on record, their dedicated efforts which they are doing for last many months. Welcome to the organizing team and the most important distinguished speakers. I would wish to welcome all the distinguished speakers who have given their consent to share their scientific thoughts and knowledge with participants, and I'm quite confident that this platform will be very enriching for all the participants. And welcome to all the participants who have come all across the country, and a few participants have come from different institutions outside India as well. It's my pleasure to welcome all the participants on this occasion, and I'm very sure that the Ramsact will serve as the platform of collaborative transformation. Let the progressive journey of Ramsact continue in years to come. With the aim of Rigveda, I would wish to conclude my talk. Ekam Jnanam Bahuda Vyaktam. It means unity in knowledge, interdisciplinary and multiple scientific expression to explore one truth. Science is one. There are various ways with the help of which we can explore the one truth, and subsequently it can solve the real world problem by serving the society and ultimately for the development of the nation. We all are on the path of converting our country on the Viksit Bharat 2047, and I'm sure Ramsact is playing a small effort to contribute in this journey. Thank you so much for joining this event, and once again welcome to all the speakers, participants, the chief guests, the guest of honor, the presidents and the deans and the fellow colleagues from Manipal University, Jaipur for gracing the occasion with their august presence. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for beautifully setting up the context of the conference. May I request our respected Dean Faculty of Science, Technology and Architecture, Professor Kuldeep Singh Sangwan, to kindly address the gathering and share their perspective on the significance of this conference and its relevance to the evolving landscape of material science. Sir.
Thank you, sir. Sarde Professor V. Ramgopal Rao, Vice-Chancellor BITS Pilani, Professor Jainendra Kumar Jain from Pennsylvania University, USA, Professor N.N. Sharma, President, Manipal University, Jaipur, Professor Karnakar, Pro-President, Manipal University, Jaipur, Professor Lalita Ledwani, Chairperson of this conference, distinguished scientists and researchers, dear colleagues and friends, a very good morning. It's my great privilege to welcome you all to the 5th edition of Ramsact. This conference has become truly multidisciplinary platform, bringing together researchers from diverse domains of advanced materials, nanotechnology, modeling and simulation. These fields are redefining the frontiers of science and technology, and are at the intersection of science and engineering and are vital for our nation's progress. So where Lalita ma'am left, I start from here. India's vision of becoming a Viksit Bharat by 2047 rests strongly on its ability to develop technologies, advanced manufacturing capabilities, and deep scientific expertise for strategic sectors like semiconductor, clean energy, electric mobility, healthcare, as well as defense and aerospace. When we look back at the evolving geopolitical landscape in the recent years, it becomes imperative for the Indian scientific community to work with renewed rigor and unity. Together, we must strengthen self reliance and ensure that our innovations are directly or directed to the national resilience in these strategic sectors. I am sure that the scientific deliberations during this conference will inspire new perspectives and breakthroughs that will be instrumental in making our country Atam Nirbhar in these critical sectors. I congratulate my School of Physical and Biological Sciences and the organizing committee of Ramsact for curating themes that align so closely with national priorities. To the young researchers present here, I urge you to embrace computational modeling and multi-scale simulation, in area which I also work little bit. These tools are indispensable for solving complex real-world problems, and at the same time they are more important for us because they can reduce costly trial and error approach and can accelerate the journey from lab to deployment of the technologies in industry. I also urge all present here to pursue research that is not publishable but also impactful. A research that contribute to national development and societal well-being. Finally, I wish the conference every success and hope that the deliberations over the 2 days lead to fruitful collaborations, impactful outcomes, and lasting connections that carry forward the spirit of innovation and service to the nation. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable insights and encouraging words. We now move forward to the presidential address. May I request our Honorable President, Professor Anand Sharma, to kindly address the gathering and share their vision and guidance on fostering excellence in research, innovation, and interdisciplinary collaborations. Sir.
Thank you, Saurabh. Very good morning. Good morning. Honorable Chief Guest, Professor Ramgopal Rao, Guest of Honor, Honorable Jain Sir, Jainendra Jain Sir, my dear colleagues, distinguished guests, dignitaries, keynote speakers, invited speakers, dear participants and students. On set, on behalf of Manipal University, Jaipur, I very warmly welcome all of you. This is a lively campus, a very vibrant and beautiful campus. During your stay here, please also see around the campus. This was established in 2011. I can only talk about my campus and my faculty members here. And there is a lot to hear from the experts in this Ramsact 5.0. So, congratulations to the organizers for convening the 5th edition of this Ramsact. It is going, with each edition, it is actually becoming more and more qualitative. Thank you very much bringing this Ramsact to this university. Of course, the Setu, etc., madam has already talked about. On the first set itself, I think somebody told that it's a Setu and merger of the two kind of verticals of the science. One is the competition, one is the materials. This university was established in 2011. This was a barren land. We started by showing the pictures of this university, stating that this university become like this. and still 250 students nucleated, 250 plus students. So first batch was 250 students with no facility, no classrooms. So they were kept outside. There is a place nearby called uh, Vatika. Vatika, we have hired some rooms, but the show went on, and the nucleation started happening in this university. Touchwood, we are now 18,500 students today in 14th year of its journey. The growth, I am just talking about the growth. The science is growing at a faster pace. I hope that you have heard about the Buckminster's curve. Every 12 hours, the knowledge is doubling. This is a knowledge doubling curve. How much it is correct or not, but this time IBM has also participated in this survey. I tell you about our distinguished guest here. I know Professor Ramgopal Rao from my formative days. He has been my mentor. Thank you very much, sir, for coming here and blessing us. When we were talking of micro cantilevers, he has actually used them as a application. We still remember your locket, sir. That was a RDX detector with the micro cantilever. If I still remember those things. And once I was going, it's a very sweet memory, sir. That's why I'm replacing in front of everyone. We were having a project of NP mass, and I was struggling without any resources. He said, "Come to my lab, IIT Bombay." And within 6 months, we had a patent after going to his lab. He is such a leader in science, and can we give a big round of applause for him? Professor Jain, coming all the way. Of course, you say that roots are here, but winning a prize like Wolf in physics, it makes all Indians proud, sir. यूनिवर्सिटी हिंदी में बोले तो धन्य है आज आप यहाँ पर आए हैं सर. थैंक यू वेरी मच. And we request that you please give your blessings to this university also, both of you. And I also say that there are keynote speakers, other invited members from across the research area, leaders in their field. This university is growing very fast, sir. And we have crossed in last year, there was a 600% ethical growth in publications. I am putting in quotes, ethical growth. We have first time crossed 2,000 publications per year. When I joined this place, there were 22 Scopus publications in 2015 of standing of 5 years. Today, in 1 year, we have my faculty. See, it is nothing, but my faculty have come from all the nook and corners of the world and nucleated here. 70% of them, 72% of them are quartile 1 and quartile 2. This time we have published impact factor 40 in biosciences, biotechnology, all areas. I can tell you the kind of work which is going on. I wish that you please see the labs. There are TRL 8 kind of labs here where we are selling now the technology. This university has a bright future. I wish that all of you who have come here from different places and gathered here, please see our labs also and meet the researchers of our who are present here in this particular inaugural session. University Manipal, Jaipur, though in 2011, but this groups started way back in 1950s. When India got independence, the story is a simple and short one. When our founder, revered late Dr. Tonse Madhav Anantpai, he was a medical doctor and got a job in Hong Kong after his graduation of MBBS, and went to his mother to take the blessings. And there where mother didn't talk to him for 2 days. And after 2 days he said that I have educated you to serve the community here, nearby, then to go and make your own life outside, wealthy life. The doctor immediately torn off the tickets which he has bought for him and his wife. And that day we say that Manipal was born. He went to the government to start a medical college. In those days, 1953, nobody have understood that whether there can be a private medical college. Friends, he asked for a barren land. Though he was being given agricultural land, he refused that this is for something else. I will prefer a barren land. And on that hilltop, that place which is called now as Manipal, tigers used to roam, and there is still a circle which is called a tiger circle. And at that place now there are 30 institutes, of which 10 are in top 10 in India in NIRF. His illustrious son, Dr. Ramdas Pai, who is the founding chancellor of this university, took the Manipal outside the Manipal and established in Malaysia, Dubai, Antigua, Bangalore, Mangalore, and Sikkim. And Jaipur was the youngest one. So that's how this spread across. Every fourth doctor in Malaysia is from Manipal. He was given the highest award, which is equal to Bharat Ratna Datuk in Malaysia. And his capable son, who is leading us, a young and dynamic Dr. Ranjan Pai. This university has been given the blessings of everyone and is growing at a very fast rate with good research, good rankings. We achieved the 58th rank in university in last year. See, when we are coming from only 14 years of standing, this is a toddler in education. I can understand having my background somewhere else, in the BITS Pilani only. 14 years is nothing for a university to build up, but among the 1200 plus university, this university's parametric growth, the parameterization is tremendous, and that is where we are 58th ranked. First time we have broken the barrier of top 100 in overall category, where all IITs, IIMs, Institute of Eminences are there. So we are in top 100 universities of the India in 14 years. I thank you very much for participating in this. Take the Ramsact to the next level. 3 days, a fruitful time for you and a good networking time for you. Thank you very much. Once again, a very warm welcome.
Thank you so much, sir, for the inspiring and visionary address. We shall now proceed to a significant milestone of this conference, the release of the Book of Abstracts. May I respectfully invite our esteemed chief guest, guest of honor, President, Dean, Faculty of Science, Technology and Architecture, Dean Ria, to kindly release the Book of Abstracts. Thank you, Honorable Chief Guest and esteemed dignitaries. We now come to one of the most anticipated moments of the inaugural session, the inaugural address by our Honorable Chief Guest. Before inviting the Chief Guest to address the gathering, I request Dr. Rashina Thawat, Convener Ramsact 2025, to briefly introduce our Honorable Chief Guest, Professor V. Ramgopal Rao, Vice-Chancellor, BITS Pilani. Ma'am.
Good morning and welcome all the distinguished guests and delegates present here. Some moments in life are truly singular. Today is the one such moment for me, as I have profound honor of introducing our distinguished speaker and chief guest, Professor V. Ramgopal Rao, my supervisor, my mentor, and a constant source of inspiration throughout my academic journey. Professor V. Ramgopal Rao is a Group Vice-Chancellor of Birla Institute of Technology, Pilani, overseeing its campuses in Pilani, Hyderabad, Goa, Dubai, and Mumbai. Before joining BITS in 2023, he served as a director of IIT Delhi from 2016 to 2021 and was a chair professor at both IIT Delhi and IIT Bombay. An internationally recognized nanoelectronics researcher, Professor Rao has over 500 research papers and 50 patents, including 20 US patents and 15 licensed for commercializations. His IP on CMOS system on chip application is used in hundreds of millions of ICs worldwide. He co-founded two deep tech startup NanoSniff and SoilSense with successful commercial products. Professor Rao played a key role in establishing India's major nanoelectronics program. He is a fellow of IEEE, the World Academy of Sciences, Indian National Academy of Engineering, and all the three Indian science academics. He has supervised 52 PhD graduates who are working in leading academics and industry roles globally. Recognized with over 40 awards, including the Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar Prize, Infosys Prize, and IEEE Electron Device Society Education Award, he has also held three most doctorate awards from the honorary. Professor Rao serves an editorial board of leading international journal and chaired national committees on education, research, and innovation, including the board of Jain CSR and NIFTEM. He has delivered over 200 plenary and keynote talks worldwide. So please join me in welcoming Professor Rao to deliver his address.
Thank you, Dr. Rashi. As we prepare for the inaugural address, I request our guest of honor, Honorable President Dean Foster and Dean Ria, to kindly take their seats among the distinguished audience.
Jain, I think I'm sure all of us are very keen to hear his talk, and very happy to be here in Manipal, Jaipur. I've heard about the campus and the growth that this campus has seen, and very happy to see the nice infrastructure and other things. And as Rashi said, I travel a lot, so I am always trying to find a reason to say no whenever there is an invitation, but she wouldn't give up. I think if I am here, thanks to her. And of course, Professor N.N. Sharma, I knew him for a very long time. We both collaborated at IIT Bombay for some of his activities. And so I think with that, let me, tell you my journey. I have started my career in India at IIT Bombay way back in 1998. So this work is done across the three institutions, mostly at IIT Bombay. Then we write projects based on whatever we have understood about those problems. Then we write papers, and sometimes we file patents. So you file patent and then write paper. I think that's the kind of a thing that happens. So most of the research, right, at least somebody who has been following higher education for 30 years now, I think all of our research stops with papers and patents, and that's how traditionally it has been for a very, very long time. And I would say less than maybe 2% of research goes beyond, right? So out of these papers and patents, idea is that one would, build some prototypes, right? And out of those prototypes, then you build products. There is a huge valley of death between the prototypes and the patents. You want me to use that? Okay. So yes, thank you. That will be better. Thank you. So between the papers and the patents, the prototypes and product, there is a huge valley of death, and those who are those few who are lucky will move to that product stage, right. Once you have a product, you can then have a startup or license it to industry, right, and then that generates profits, and these profits should flow back to solving more problems. I think that's what and the value generated from the impact drives the next wave of discovery. That's ideally how that cycle should basically complete. So, but if if most of our research ends with papers and patents and doesn't go forward, right, then as a country we would not have benefited much. India currently ranks third in the world when it comes to research. In terms of publications, we are already at the third position, but when it comes to innovation, when it comes to generating wealth out of products, right, other than the IT, we haven't really done much, and thanks to IT, we are at least at the 38th position in the world, but that again is thanks to the IT and all the big companies that have come out of the IT sector, but otherwise India has been lagging behind in translating that knowledge into wealth, right, the translation of knowledge into wealth. That's one major problem that exists in India. And I think my philosophy for the past almost like 20 years, right, has been something where I start with a societal or industry problem. So most of the problems have been working these days. Either I collaborate with industries and get those problem statements from industry, or I interact with different stakeholders, the security agencies, the medical doctors, or agricultural scientists, farmers. So I pick up my problems from there and I engage with the stakeholders. Whenever I pick up a problem, I have deep discussions with people who are working in those areas, who are struggling with those problems, and that gives a good clarity. And after that I build a multidisciplinary team. Most of my research has always been as part of multidisciplinary kind of teams, and then the initial funding comes in. Once you have a team, once you have a good problem statement, the money initially may not be very large, but you do get money. There are many agencies which wish to fund such kind of problems, and then I do publish on patents out of this work, because in our institutions it's mostly the PhD students who really do this work, and so therefore you have to publish papers, and that's what I do, write quite a few papers, and then once you are able to publish, once you are able to file patents, you can obtain follow on patent, you get more money to solve the problems, and finally I get into field trials, I get into market deployment, and that, at least in my case, the startups have been the two startups that I co-founded, right, have been pretty successful now, and otherwise I also have licensed technologies to industries, and that also gets you royalty and all of that. So that's how I have been working in India. I have often there are of course sometimes problems which you start with and you publish some papers, you realize that there is not much of a scope, you might end it there, right, even sometimes with just a patent, but otherwise most of my work is all the time going all the way up to prototypes, and if I am lucky, at least in some cases, I am able to translate it into products and all of that. So that has been my journey, and I would like to demonstrate this philosophy using some of the examples that I will give you, right. And I think time is never on my side, unfortunately. So I will I will rush through. But I started working on nanoscale devices when I was at UCLA before joining IIT Bombay. And there, we had a lot of industry collaborations. We were doing a lot of work on CMOS and things like that, right? And all of that work I carried forward to India, and I interacted very closely with Infineon, Intel, Applied Materials kind of companies, and that I continued for almost like 7 years. And much of my work was, for these multinational companies in the US and all that. And so that work, that successful collaboration with Intel. In fact, recently, some time ago, Intel gave me a letter saying that what we did impact a lot of innovation. In fact, the concept was implemented in hundreds of millions of devices, resulted in more than 10 patents. So Intel utilized this work very effectively, and then I started to look at sensors, because I realized that CMOS, only now we are talking of CMOS industry and all of that. But for a very long time, India did not have any CMOS industries, and so I thought that why come back to India and still work for American companies? Why don't I do something which can have an impact locally? So once I decided that I want to do something which has some impact locally, then I also started another line of research. I still work in CMOS areas, but I started another line of research where technologies for the society, right. That there the sensors is one area which I believed can make a big impact, and I started this work in IIT Bombay way back in 2006, 2007 kind of a time frame, working more on the sensors and sensor platforms. And then I started to combine both the sensors and CMOS. We wrote lots of good papers, and so all of that is all available in literature. My web page you can find all of those papers. So I think what I will primarily cover is sensors, because this is the work that has resulted in societal kind of an impact, and that's what I will primarily cover as part of this work. But even in the CMOS, right, though we think of CMOS as what is in the domain of these big multinational companies, but even in CMOS, if you have interesting ideas, you can do interesting work, right. But that kind of ideas you need to collaborate. As an electrical engineer, which is what I am, if I just collaborate with only electrical engineers, nothing much would have happened. But my primary collaborators in CMOS were the chemistry people, and I found that combining chemistry with the electrical engineering, with CMOS kind of areas, you can do lot of interesting work. And I think that multidisciplinary collaboration, the collaborations between scientists and engineers is very, very critical in the country. And unless you start talking to physicists and chemists, right, you wouldn't really know what to do next level in terms of the engineering application. So I think that every university must establish that collaboration between scientists and engineers. Lot of structured collaborations. I think it could be funded, it could be weekly meetings and all of that. I think they need to exchange ideas, which is something I believe is very, very important. And this activity, for example, I had a colleague in IIT Bombay, Ravikant, Professor Ravikant, who was a professor there, and he was working on porphyrins, right. And as an electrical engineer, I had no idea what porphyrins were and all that. And one day while discussing over coffee, then we started talking about each other's work, and he explained to me what the porphyrins were, right. They are neutron transfer reactions, stable radical cations, operate under real world conditions, small homolumo gap, high stability. The one thing that struck me was, in a porphyrin, the central metal atom, that he said I can give you whatever metal atom you want, iron, cobalt, nickel, gold, right, copper. He said I can give you the porphyrin molecules with whatever central metal atom that you want, and very stable. You can make SAMs out of these porphyrins, and that excited me. Now I thought that this might be very useful for interfacial engineering, because all electronic devices today, you are basically dealing with the interfaces, and when you are dealing with interfaces, the interfacial engineering becomes very, very important. And then, so once I realized that porphyrins could be of use, so we had a hypothesis, right. The hypothesis was very simple from an engineer's point of view. We both sat together and said, they can become good barriers, right. We wanted to study them for copper diffusion, right, in silicon kind of devices. How would they work as copper diffusion barriers? By introducing different metals into the porphyrin core, right, it changes the electronic structure and the rigidity of the macromolecule, which contains lot of nitrogen. Nitrogen is known to be a good barrier, for many of those elements, allowing the molecules to pack more tightly and leave very little volume for copper to migrate through. The central atom also interacts with incoming copper atoms and traps or slows them, which further suppresses copper diffusion even in ultra thin molecular layers. Basically, in all CMOS industry, the problem is we have silicon dioxide. On top of that, we have the metal lines running, and for almost like 40 years, CMOS industry stuck with aluminum, because aluminum, though has a much higher resistivity compared to copper, but aluminum doesn't diffuse through the silicon dioxide. So therefore, on top of silicon dioxide, whenever you put aluminum, you are safe. The diffusion will not occur through the silicon dioxide. But if you put copper on top of silicon dioxide and you heat it as part of processing, copper diffuses through the silicon dioxide and goes and attacks the devices underneath. So that controlling copper diffusion through the silicon dioxide is a biggest challenge industry was not able to solve, right. That is the reason copper was never used in CMOS industry until people could find good barrier layers. and people eventually found barrier layers like titanium nitride, tantalum nitride kind of materials which are like 30 nanometers thick, right, 20 nanometers, 30 nanometers thick, but that only reduces the resistivity, right, that increases the resistivity and it makes the whole stack more complex from a processing and others point of view. So, the industry always wanted to reduce the barrier layer, but then they did not know how to reduce the barrier layer, and here was an idea, right, from an academic thinking, can we use molecular layers as a copper diffusion barrier, right. Why they would work as a copper diffusion barrier? Because of all of these reasons that I cited here. So, then the next step was he started synthesizing porphyrin molecules, and then we started to look at them as copper diffusion barriers. We wrote some good papers in IEEE transactions on electron devices out of this work, and then Applied Materials, which is one of the largest materials company in the world, equipment company, they got interested in that, and then they came, contacted us at IIT Bombay, and they started funding this activity. So, we did all of this work subsequently with the help of Applied Materials. So essentially we all the back end processing here, wherever you have copper underneath the on top of silicon dioxide, right, or a low dielectric constant material, we started to explore porphyrins as the barrier layers. I will not get into all that theory, but this is a data produced by Applied Materials using our structures. They use, as you can see, the red one is copper concentration profiles in silicon once you have a SAM between the copper, SAM and the black diamond, which is what their proprietary material. So, we were able to show that compared to anything that industry is using, these porphyrin molecules can be excellent barrier layers, primarily because of the nitrogen network and the electronegativity and all of those kind of reasons. And then once we did that, then once we started to figure out that I can use these molecules the way that I mentioned, we started to look at work function tuning, right. In any device, adjusting the threshold voltage of transistors often requires proper work function tuning, and a work function is an interfacial phenomena. So, we started to use porphyrin molecules with different metals in the core to tweak the work function. So, we did lot of interesting work here, and then we published many interesting papers, and we filed some of these patents. So, we demonstrated that all of this can be done, and so this work again has received lot of attention. Some of the very highly cited papers came out of the work function tuning work that we did. And then after I moved to IIT Delhi, there was a Professor Jainendra Singh, and he was developing photodiodes, right, and so we also started using these molecules to reduce the dark currents in the photodiodes, and we were able to show again interesting results. So, a simple molecule, right, if used in a system, right, based on the basic property of the chemistry, you can actually achieve a lot of engineering applications. This problem a chemist would never know, they would not even know what are these challenges. An engineer would not know what porphyrins are. So, unless you have a chemist and electrical engineer talking to each other, you will never be able to explore any of these applications. So that is one of the reasons why I said you must have interact with people who are from the sciences background, because they are doing lot of interesting work. We also used some of these molecules as doping agents. Now, I will skip some of this in the interest of time. So, even in CMOS, which is known to be a very traditional industry kind of areas, with nice ideas, neat thoughts, right, with true collaborations, you can do work which is impactful. I mean, which made Applied Materials an American company to come to India and notice what we were actually doing, because they got excited and they funded a lot of these projects, and we filed many patents and licensed the technologies to them. And then in 2007 kind of a time frame, we started working on sensors. So, my primary goal was, I will skip this, I still believe that sensors is one good area in Indian institutions. It does not cost much money, and there are requirements everywhere, right. So, I would urge you to get into sensors as a research area, because there are some nice interesting things you can do in the sensors field. I mean, it requires development of a platform and all of that. So, I will but if you are trying to develop sensors, what do you develop it for, right? There are many applications where you can develop it. Agriculture is one of them, right, and healthcare is another. You need lot of diagnostic technologies. Security is one major concern, energy, water, saving water, using soil moisture sensors and things like that. I think at many places you can develop sensors, and it's also easy to commercialize them. Once you are able to go to TRL 5, 6 kind of levels, you can start your own company. These days there is lot of funding available for such startups. Many people are looking for deep tech startups for funding. So therefore it becomes easier, but for that you need to cross from a proof of concept to testing a little bit in the field kind of conditions. That's what is required here. So I will show you some examples of what I have been doing. And in India, you have to be very cost conscious. If your technologies become expensive, nobody would want to buy them. So therefore it has to become very, very cost conscious. So I will show you, some of the examples of what I did way back, in at IIT Bombay. We started interacting with medical doctors, and through those interactions, we figured out that what was required at that time. Now there are technologies available similar to that, but it was the cardiac diagnosis, right? Something which you can detect the cardiac markers using a simple low cost kind of a platform. If we have a chest pain, right, can I diagnose that chest pain is because of a cardiac problem or not because of a cardiac problem, using a 100 rupee or 200 rupee kind of a test, right? That's the kind of a test that we are talking about. So whenever the cardiac muscles are dying, these muscles release certain proteins into the blood, myoglobin, troponin kind of proteins, and so can you develop them as the sensors? So the sensors for these cardiac proteins, India struggles with the cardiac problems, and so these are the kinds of markers in the proteins in the blood that we want to detect. That is where we started to take a system orientation, like look at a complete system, not to just publish paper or anything, but develop a complete prototype. And of course you will anyway write papers and file patents, but the goal is to develop a complete prototype. That was our entire idea. So it contains the input, the filter for the blood, microfluidic channels, and then you have the biosensors for those cardiac proteins and a small tabletop kind of a system. So that's when I got to get involved with the cantilever structures. We did lots of work on cantilever structures. Idea here is you have a antibody, and when these antibodies coated on cantilevers bind to the proteins in the blood, the reaction is what we detect electrically, because these are all piezoresistive kind of cantilevers. So we then started to do a lot of science, lot of technology development, embedding multiple nanoparticles into these cantilever platforms, and embedding nano wires into cantilever platforms. The entire goal is when you have a surface reaction, when the cantilever deflects, how much of change in resistance will happen. That is what we are trying to optimize in all of these platforms. So we did some very interesting work, and we even invented a new platform called CantiFET, right, where we were embedding organic transistors, the entire organic transistors on organic cantilevers. So there was lots of good research, good papers, lot of PhD students graduated out of this work. So I will skip that because I have almost run out of time. So we then developed the platforms, and then we started to develop electronics for that, and we built the very first prototypes. So this was a prototype that we developed at IIT Bombay, which can actually detect cardiac markers in a laboratory. So you can take drop of blood and you can detect at least 2 markers using this technology. That is when we incubated a company at IIT Bombay called NanoSniff Technologies, and we transferred the technology to them. And once we developed this platform, so once we were able to make prototypes, and we started to get notice, many people saw that we are able to make complete systems which will work, and that is when government agencies, particularly the security agencies, approached us to the Principal Scientific Advisor's office. They said, can you use that for explosive detection? Because at airports and various places, lot of challenges exist in detecting people who are carrying explosives, all the antisocial elements who want to create harm, when they carry explosive. Today you have to go all the way up to security checkpoint, they screen the bag to find out what one is carrying, right? Until that point, there is nothing preventing anyone getting any such substances into the airport. But can we track these people early on, right? If somebody is carrying explosives, can you trace it, from a distance, even before they enter the airport? That was a very interesting problem, but a very challenging problem. So the way we thought we will address the problem is, we were primarily looking at these, the explosives like TNT, RDX kind of a thing, which have a very low vapor pressure. The goal here is to, dogs can do that. The gold standard for explosive detection in the world today is still a well-trained sniffer dog, right? If a dog says that there is something suspicious in a bag, security people will immediately evacuate the entire airport with no questions asked. The kind of trust they have the sniffer dog, there is no technology which can come anywhere near a dog. So dogs are still the gold standard for explosive detection all over the world, not just in India but all over the world. Dogs can smell explosives. A good well-trained dog can smell explosives with very high accuracy, and that is what they wanted to replace, because dogs are also very difficult to maintain, they cost a lot of money, and they cannot be there everywhere, right. So they wanted an electronic nose platform, something which can sniff explosives. That's what we were looking at. But how do you sniff explosives? So we started to build cantilever platforms, and we coat it with molecules, right, and these molecules have an affinity for explosive. So when they bind to explosive, the reaction is what again causes a deflection, and we can measure electrically. And we started building electronic nose platforms with an array of cantilevers, right, and we're coated with different molecules which have affinity for explosives. And when I have an array of cantilevers with different molecules, when explosive vapors come here, each cantilever will respond differently because it has different coatings there, and that gives rise to a pattern. The idea is for each vapor, rather for each smell, you have a digital pattern which is unique. If you can now translate each vapor, each smell into a digital pattern, you have an electronic nose platform, right. That is what is basically how our human nose also works. When you first smell something, you do not know what it is, but then once you are told it belongs to this, your brain registers that particular smell with that particular molecule, and after that in the field whenever you smell that, you know that it belongs to a certain material kind of a thing. That is exactly how the electronic nose platform works. So we developed all the entire signal conditioning, computational techniques, everything for this XSNIF, which is a complete explosive detection kind of a platform, and we started testing it in the field, right. We gave it to security agencies, but it did not really go too far. The security agencies tested it all over the country. They came back and said it has about 70% accuracy, but in 30% of cases it gives false positives, meaning even when something is not an explosive, it treats it as an explosive. So that was a problem. Then that was a challenge, and then we said what else can we do? The sniffing platform for explosives did not really go too far because of the false positive problem, because explosives basically contain carbon, hydrogen, nitrogen, oxygen, right, and even your shoe polish also contains same elements, carbon, hydrogen, nitrogen, oxygen. So doing a molecular recognition on the surface of a cantilever, chemistry has still not developed to an extent where you can get 100% selectivity in the field, right. And so we spent almost like 4 years in developing the platform. It was not a successful effort, but we learned a lot through those failures. And that is when we actually came up with a very interesting idea. One afternoon while we were all, it was a very highly multidisciplinary team. At least I was working with 6 different department faculty at IIT Bombay when I was at the peak of my career. So we had a large group, and when we started looking at the problems, one of the very interesting ideas we came forward was, what is the property of an explosive? Property of an explosive is to explode, right. So can you now collect a few nanoparticles either from the vapor or from the swipe? If somebody has handled explosive, some particles will be there on the bags or wherever you have touched that by hand. So now can you collect a few particles from the swipe or from the vapor and cause an explosion, right. How do you explode these explosives? They are all very stable molecules. You need to give them a thermal shock or a mechanical shock. So you collect some of these particles and you give them a thermal shock, and then because these are all high energy materials, they have a certain thermal signature. All materials go through combustion when you heat them, but explosives being high energy materials have a certain signature, a thermal signature, which if you can detect with the help of a temperature sensor, then you can actually detect the explosive. The idea was very simple. You are detecting explosives by exploding them, right. Nothing can go wrong there. The question is how few a material that you require, right, a few nanograms, and how accurately can you sense the thermal signature. That became a project for us, and once we thought about that idea, then we started building platforms. And I will skip this since in the interest of time, but I will show you a small video, a 3-minute video, which actually will give you an idea about this entire thing that we are doing. Can you play that now? I will only take 5 more minutes. The video is for 3 minutes and then, yeah. Please. No.
Vehant Technologies, an IIT Delhi incubated company, and NanoSniff, an IIT Bombay incubated company, jointly manufacture and launch NanoSniffer, an advanced and affordable explosive trace detector, screening visitors and passengers for explosives at various public or crowded spots have become the norm due to the increase in the terrorist activities around the globe. Every luggage and person passing through the security checkpoint is tested by the security officer to check whether they have traces of explosives on their surface, skin or hair. NanoSniffer proudly claims to be the first explosive trace detector in the world using microsensor technology. The microsensor of NanoSniffer is made using microelectromechanical system MEMS technology in semiconductor fab. The sensor uses fabrication techniques such as lithography, etching, deposition, spin coating, and finally released to the microsensor. The core technology is protected by patents in the US and Europe. All of our actions leave trace behind, which is then screened by the security personnel. The security has to concentrate at the sampling areas that are likely to be touched by hands. In the case of a bag, this will include handle, buckle, and zipper. Post-sampling, the swipe is inserted into the system where microheater subjects the particles into rapid heating. In case of explosives, this trigger exothermic reactions which are picked up by the integrated temperature sensor of the microheater, thereby landing each compound in its own thermal signature. The algorithms use these signatures to distinguish between explosives and non-explosives. Further analysis of the algorithms help in categorization into the appropriate class of explosives. The follow are few NanoSniffer features. It is the first microsensor-based ETD. It detects and identifies explosives in less than 10 seconds. Identifies and categorizes explosives into different classes. Can detect ng quantities of explosives traces. It detects all classes of military, conventional and homemade explosives. It is portable and affordable. It gives visible and audible alerts with sunlight readable color display. NanoSniffer explosives trace detection technology can be deployed at airports, railway stations, ports, malls, metro stations, corporate parks, hotels, and tourist spots. The goal is to intercept and prevent access of explosives trafficking. NanoSniffer is 100% made in India product.
Yeah. So we then launched this product, because it was developed at IIT Bombay, the Ministry of Education launched that as a product. We launched it in 2021 during the peak of COVID, and so this is how the product actually looks. Now, then we were able to sell it to, it's a world's first explosive microsensor based explosive detector. We don't have any competition anywhere. It's protected through all the US and European patents, and so we installed 20 of them at airports. They tested it for 2 years, and so now it has gone to many more airports. In fact, this was a news, 232 explosive trace detectors, 60 airports are currently using this now, and so now it's a well-known product. Now it has replaced all the imported systems are all Smith systems, which are all based on the spectroscopy, right? The Raman spectroscopy, mass spectroscopy. So ours is not, there is no spectroscopy here. It's just a physics, right? The physics of exploding an explosive molecule looking for thermal signature. And ours is very simple to use, complete disruptive technology in terms of price point, in terms of all other aspects. So this is now working very well. Every second airport in India today uses this technology. And then after we did that, then we of course further developed it. I will skip some of it, but the goal here is to miniaturize it. The good part of electronics is you can make it smaller and smaller, and you can integrate it into buses, trains and everywhere, and you can generate power from the vibrations, right, in the buses and trains. So we worked on piezoelectrics, we worked on the lead perovskites, lead free halide perovskites as piezoelectrics, and we published papers in that. So all of that we started doing. And after I moved to IIT Delhi, between IIT Delhi and IIT Bombay, we started agricultural projects, and again the approach is very similar. So we looked at what is that the Indian farmers require, right? We looked at the soil health card that Government of India has given to farmers. Then between IIT Delhi and IIT Bombay, we started to develop sensors for all these micro and macro nutrients, and so we then we took about 4 years to develop this technology, and so we launched it as a so these were the 4 prototypes that we started working on between the 2 institutions through a large project funded by DST. And then in later part of, then this is a technology that we launched recently in the market called NutriSense through the startup that we incubated, SoilSense, soil glucometer. It can detect nitrate, phosphate, potassium, pH and electrical conductivity. So this is now working very well. It has gone to many villages and multiple states, at least 14 states are currently using that, and so these are all marketed by the company SoilSense right now. And so they have a suite of technologies for Indian agricultural applications, and they have done lot of field tests. So a lot of work has gone into this, and so this now is all in place. The 2 startups are doing very well. They are not even startups anymore. NanoSniff is now a full-fledged company. After I moved to BITS Pilani, I started the organic dosimeters work. One of the projects that I had done at IIT Bombay, with my students was organic dosimeters determining ionizing radiation using organic transistors, and that time we had also filed a US patent which was granted subsequently, a method and device for determining ionizing radiation using simple organic transistor patches. But I did not take it up further for commercialization. Now between BITS Pilani and IIT Delhi, we started this project now to build prototypes and develop it into a product. And so this is a project that started about 4 months ago. And what we are essentially trying to do is, currently for all radiation sensing in hospitals for cancer people, cancer therapy, people use ion chambers for detection. So our goal is to replace these ion chambers, which are all imported, with simple organic transistor patches. So that they can do the profile monitoring as well as the dose monitoring. That's the technology. So that's where we are working right now. A lot of good work has gone into that, and I have published lots of papers on the dosimeters, particularly using organic transistors, and that's a work which we are taking forward now. And so we already have the first prototype of these chips, how they will look like, and so we are benchmarking with what is currently available, and so hopefully this will be a product soon, another 2 years. So that's how things have been. So most of this work that I do now end up in prototypes and subsequently as products, and many of them have gone into the market now. Whatever the 2 startups could do, they have done that, NanoSniff and SoilSense. NanoSniff is now a decent sized company. They have enough revenues, they are valued at a few hundred crores, and they operate outside of IIT Bombay now. And the SoilSense has also picked up very well. They are also doing very well. They have now are technology providers to all these big companies. Both of them are run by my students, my ex-PhD students. Nitin Kale runs the NanoSniff, Rajul Patkar runs the NanoSniff, the SoilSense, and so all of them are doing very well. And so this is what it is. So nanoelectronics, lot of challenges, opportunities, right? You need to mix things. If you are married to one single platform, one single technology, you won't go too far. I think collaborations are the key. That's what one should do. I will leave you with this, what I call the smile curve. If you look at any company, right, any product development, these are the cycles that you go through: concept, branding, design, manufacturing, distribution, marketing, sales, after sales. Which are the aspects in the product development which give maximum value add to the company, maximum profits to the company? As you can see, the 2 extreme ends. The concept branding, sales and after sales. Manufacturing is always the lowest of the value addition, right? And if you look at big companies like Apple, even NVIDIA, they do no manufacturing. All manufacturing is done by, Taiwan, China kind of places, right? Foxconn does all the Apple manufacturing and TSMC does all the NVIDIA manufacturing, right? NVIDIA is $5 trillion and Apple is $4 trillion, but the companies which manufacture are $60 billion, $100 billion kind of valuation. That's the difference. So but what did Apple, NVIDIA do? They actually thought of the products. They came up with the product idea. India needs such product companies. Now we need to have more and more startups which can think of product ideas, right? Then you go wherever it is possible to manufacture your product. In our case, of course, we still do all our manufacturing within the country, one in Pune, another in Bombay, but you can go anywhere to do your manufacturing. But the actual value add happens, when the country starts to think of new product ideas, lot of wealth gets created. US has $7 trillion companies, only US has that. Outside of US, Europe has not been able to create any $1 trillion company, right? The reason is the product mindset that US companies have, which is critical for India. And I think, I would like to see more and more startups which are thinking of product ideas in the country, and that's how it will be. I'll stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir, for such an inspiring and enlightening talk. Okay, so we have a question. So,
You can, maybe I will repeat the question, you can ask.
Hello. It's absolutely amazing, very impressive.
Thank you.
I did not know about a lot of these things, so thanks for the talk. I had just one question. So these days, these wearable technologies, wearable sensors are all the rage. So do some of these things also lend themselves to, wearable sensors, or?
One can develop these wearables. In fact, what Professor N. Sharma was mentioning, in IIT Bombay, we had worked on silicon locket, a very tiny locket which can monitor ECG and lot of health parameters. And we developed prototypes and all of that. We worked with TCS at that time very closely. We developed the complete prototypes, products and all of that. But TCS, is being a services company at that time, I am talking of mid 2000s, 2005-6 kind of time frame. They were not too keen to take things forward. They did not want to become a product kind of a company. So, but that technology went into multiple different companies and all of that. But it's possible. I mean, all of that can be done. So there are many startups now in India which are doing that for a variety of applications. But it's a good market. So anything with healthcare, the problem is the barriers are high. So you need to get the approvals and you need to do large number of field trials because you are dealing with human parameters. So the barrier is a little bit on the higher side, but I know many startups which are actually doing it.
thank you, sir. So to commemorate this occasion, and as a mark of our respect and gratitude, may I request our Honorable President, Professor Anand Sharma, to kindly present a memento to our Honorable Chief Guest, Professor V. Ramgopal Rao. Thank you so much, sir. We now move on to another exciting address of the session, the address by our esteemed guest of honor. Before inviting the guest of honor to address the gathering, it is my privilege to briefly introduce our guest of honor, Professor Jainendra K. Jain. Professor Jain is a distinguished Indian American theoretical physicist at Pennsylvania State University, internationally renowned for his pioneering contribution to condensed matter physics through the introduction of composite fermions, a concept that provided a unified and elegant explanation of both the integer and fractional quantum Hall effects. This breakthrough resolved a long-standing problem in physics and explained the phenomenon recognized by the Nobel Prize, earning him the 2025 Wolf Prize in Physics. It is one of the field's highest honors. Professor Jain earned his master's degree from IIT Kanpur and PhD in physics from Stony Brook University. And after several postdoctoral stints, he moved to Pennsylvania State University, where he is right now the Eberly Family Chair in Physics, Evan Pug University Professor, and Erwin W. Mueller Professor of Physics. Professor Jain is widely admired not only for his deep theoretical insights, but also for his clarity in explaining complex quantum phenomena. His numerous honors include election to the US National Academy of Sciences, the Oliver E. Buckley Prize of the American Physical Society, fellowship in the American Academy of Arts and Sciences, and foreign fellowship of the Indian National Science Academy. He is also the author of the influential monograph Composite Fermions and co-editor of Fractional Quantum Hall Effects. May I now request our esteemed guest of honor, Professor Jainendra K. Jain, to kindly address the gathering. Sir, the dais is yours.
प्ले में कर दीजिए। अच्छा आपके पास इसे कहाँ रख सकता हूँ मैं? यहाँ पे फिसलेगा। इसे कहाँ रख सकता हूँ? I can use this. Yeah, please.
Do you have the jacket pocket too? I can keep it here. This pointer and slide change.
Okay. So I'm extremely pleased to be at this campus. In fact, I have been to Manipal University in Manipal. So this is my second visit to a Manipal University and when I was at Manipal, we also, went to Udupi because we love Udupi dosa. So that was a pleasure. Okay, so I will. Sorry, side में क्या रहा है ये? हाँ जी? Yeah, this is fine. Good. Yeah. Okay, so I will give a very, very simple talk, and I will try to explain what my research is about, but in as simple words as I can. So essentially what I'm going to tell you is that when you take a system of electrons which is in 2 dimensions and you apply a strong magnetic field to it, it kind of takes you into a very, very strange universe where we have particles which are not allowed to exist by laws of quantum mechanics in 3 dimensions. So these are strange particles which are bound states of electrons and magnetic flux, and they have very unique properties. And so I'll try to give you a flavor of what this is all about. And at the end, I will also talk about some possibilities where this may be used for technology. Okay, so how many of you here do research? Pretty much a lot of people, okay. So, I mean, so one of the beauties of research is that every researcher thinks about things differently, okay. So, so as a theoretical physicist, let me tell you the way I look at research. So what is that? It's just some nonsensical collection of symbols, but ये दोबारा कैसे चल गया आगे? It's working fine, sir. It's working completely fine. Okay. Just please. I'm doing it intentionally. अच्छा. थोड़ा हिंदी में. ओके, सो मुझसे बोला गया है कि हिंदी में बोलें क्योंकि कुछ यहाँ स्टूडेंट्स आए हैं जो हाई स्कूल के स्टूडेंट्स हैं यहाँ रूरल एरिया से, तो उनको सो इज देयर एनीवन हियर हु डज नॉट अंडरस्टैंड हिंदी? सो आई यू ओके, so then I'll stay in English, but maybe once in a while I'll slip into Hindi. Okay, so this seems like it's a nonsensical jumbo, mumbo jumbo of some letters, but it's not. It's actually an encrypted message. Okay, you don't know what it means, but if you knew the encryption key, you can just read it. So to me, theoretical physics is somewhat like this, so experimentalists, they do experiments, they collect some facts, and in the beginning these facts are kind of disjoint, they seem disconnected, and we don't know what Mother Nature is trying to tell us. But the job of a theoretical physicist is to figure out what the encryption key is. So to figure out what is the underlying fundamental principle, if you figure that out, then suddenly all of these facts, you can look at them as parts of a single coherent structure. Okay, so as I said, there are many theoretical physicists who solve models, but for me it's like solving puzzles. So you try to figure out what nature is trying to tell us. So we are still for a few more days in the year of in the International Year of Quantum Science and Technology. Quantum mechanics, as you know, was discovered 100 years ago, so this is the 100th anniversary. And In fact, the discovery of quantum mechanics is an example of what I just told you. So if you look at the spectral lines of hydrogen, and this was done in the late 19th century and early 20th century, they found lots of spectral lines, and you can look at the wavelengths of these lines. So these are the wavelengths given in nanometers. So you look at these numbers and you ask, what does it mean? You know, what do these numbers mean? So the first step in understanding was taken by Rydberg. He realized that you can write all of these numbers as 1 over an integer times integer squared minus 1 over another integer squared in some units. So this unit is called Rydberg. So very accurately you can write this. Then you ask, what does this mean? Well, then there was a breakthrough by Bohr. He said, well, I can derive this formula if I assume that the angular momentum of the orbit of an electron is quantized. So if I assume that, then the energy difference between different levels, it precisely follows this formula. And then of course this was still not quantum mechanics, you know, then you think further, and Schrödinger came up with his equation, or you may say Heisenberg and Schrödinger, you know, they gave the general formula. So this is the way quantum mechanics was discovered. Okay. So when I do science, I don't think about applications. Okay, I'm just trying to look at nature. You know, it's like you when you work for a while in a field, you kind of know how things behave, but once in a while there is an experiment and you say, how could this happen? You know, and then you think about it. So that's what I do. But as Max Planck said, insight must precede application. You have to understand things first before you can apply them. So, of course, nature, I mean, our history is filled with examples where people discovered things just for the sake of discovery, and later on they become extremely important. One example is the laws of electrodynamics. So, you know, Maxwell, of course, Faraday made important contribution, but Maxwell wrote 4 equations, and he said everything that you see in the universe which involves electromagnetism, you can understand based on those 4 equations. And those are the fundamental bedrock principles on which pretty much everything we are using, you know, like this or the light, everything is based on this. Albert Einstein was working on the general theory of relativity. You say, what's the point? You know, it's so like the speed has to be very high. Why should we care about it? But this GPS system in our telephones these days, it solves the equations from general theory of relativity to precisely pinpoint your position. So these are just some examples, you know. Okay, so some part is being cut here, unfortunately. It says electrons, 2-dimensional electrons in a magnetic field. So as I said, the top part or the bottom, you know, is being cut for some reason. But when electrons are exposed to a very strong magnetic field, they produce astonishing new physics, and they are described in terms of these particles, which are electrons with some magnetic flux bound to them. इसीलिए मैं अपना लैपटॉप यूज करना चाहता था. Okay, now it may fit. Thank you, sir. Thank you. So what we will see is that the physics of this system is described in terms of particles which are shown here. These are called composite fermions. and they are bound states of electrons and some magnetic field. So they are very different from any other particle that was known before, because previously, how do you make particles? Proton is made of quarks. So you can take some quarks, put them together, you make protons, or you take some protons, neutrons, electrons, put them together, you can make a helium atom. So essentially you take some known particles, put them together, make new particles, but here we are making a new particle which is putting together an electron and some magnetic field. So let's see how, so I'm going to tell you the story of how this whole thing unfolded in very simple words. So let's start with the Ohm's law. Okay, we all know Ohm's law. So sometimes jokingly people say there are 3 Ohm's laws. V equals IR, I equals V over R, and you can get the third one. But anyway, I mean, the idea here is that if you have a battery, you attach it to a metal or to a conductor, some current flows through it. So Mr. Ohm had the idea, he said, oh, how is the voltage related to the current? And he found that basically if you increase voltage by a certain ratio, I mean, the ratio of V over I is constant. So if you increase voltage by a factor of 2, the current goes up by a factor of 2. So he defined a quantity which we call the resistance, and it's constant. Okay. So of course the resistance depends upon what you put here. So if you put a wire which is very, very long, resistance would be high. So it depends on the dimensions of the system. It depends on which material you put there. So if you put copper, you put gold, they'll have different resistances. Okay, so this Ohm's law was, let's see, which year was this? In 1827, and about 50 years later, Edwin Hall, he did the same experiment, but he also applied a magnetic field. Okay, like this. He measured the resistance, and again so he asked how does resistance depend upon magnetic field. Okay, so he measured this resistance and he found that it's more or less independent of the magnetic field. But then he noticed something strange. He noticed that there is also a voltage across the current path. So he defined a new resistance which is called the Hall resistance, and he found that the Hall resistance, it rises linearly with magnetic field. So as you increase magnetic field, the Hall resistance goes up. This is something we can all understand just from classical electrodynamics. You probably have solved this problem in your home assignments in electromagnetic courses. So for about 100 years, this thing worked, but then there was a twist. Now, we are all, products of our circumstances. So this, so let me just tell you a little bit about myself so we can see how I just got lucky in some sense. So I grew up in Sambhar. You all have heard of Sambhar. There are some scenes from Sambhar. So this is something Sambhar is a desert area, barren land. And when I show this picture to folks in the United States, they say, how can you have snow there, So this, and this is a photograph of my school many, many years later when I went back to my school. So after, by schooling in Sambhar, I went to Maharaja College here for my bachelor's degree. Institute of Technology, Kanpur, for my master's, and this was in the year in 1981. I went to US for my to begin my PhD at Stony Brook. Now, unbeknownst to me, just the previous year was a very important discovery, which would play an important role in my life. And the discovery, to understand the discovery, the discovery took place because at that time it had become possible to produce electrons which are confined to 2 dimensions. So you say, how can that happen? Well, all of our silicon MOSFET, they have electrons in 2 dimensions, so it's not something very rare. So you can make it by either taking 2 semiconductors and make a sandwich like this. So this is semiconductor type 1 here on both sides and a different semiconductor here. And when you dope these guys, electrons fall into the, into this quantum well here, and electrons can move only along, only in 2 dimensions. They cannot move in the perpendicular direction. These days there is a better way of producing 2-dimensional electrons, which is graphene. So is there anyone who has not heard of graphene? So we produce graphene all the time, when we write with our pencil on a piece of paper, we are producing graphene. So Klaus von Klitzing, who was in Germany at the time, he said, okay, let me measure the Hall resistance for these 2-dimensional systems. So at low magnetic fields, it started out the way he expected, no surprise. But when he went to higher magnetic fields, he found that things become very dramatically different. So you see this ordinary resistance, it goes up and down, and there are minima, maxima, structure, a lot of structure here. But more interestingly, he found that the Hall resistance takes only some discrete values. So there is this value. As a function of magnetic field, it jumps from one value to the next. So that's what we say. I mean, we say that the Hall resistance is quantized. So that was a great surprise. But even more interestingly, what I found was that the value of the Hall resistance on these in this region is given by h, which is Planck's constant, divided by an integer I times E squared, where E is the charge of the electron. So it does not depend on which 2-dimensional system you take. You can take graphene, you can take MOSFET, you can take a system which is a mile long or a millimeter long. You get this value of the Hall resistance. It's completely universal. Okay. So, and wherever you see this quantized value, in that region the ordinary resistance becomes almost 0. So it's not 0, it's exponentially small, but it's very, very small. So what's happening here? This is called the integer quantum Hall effect. Quantum because the value is quantized, integer because the value is related to this integer here, I, which can be 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on. So this was really shocking, So earlier I was telling you about quantization for a hydrogen atom. So typically when we say things behave quantum mechanically, we think of small systems like an atom, But here we have a huge system, and still we see quantum mechanics at work. So what's happening here? So he won the Nobel Prize for this discovery in 1985. Why do we have these plateaus? So let's, oh, by the way, he is a good friend, so that's a picture of Klaus von Klitzing with my wife and my son. And, people who know me, they were asking me, how come you're wearing a tie? So this is a gift by Klaus von Kletzing, and this is his actual, in his notebook when he made the discovery. That's so. This is the most nerdy tie you can ever find, okay? And I would only wear it when I'm giving a talk on quantum Hall effect. Sorry. Okay. So let's minimize the energy. Let's ask, what happens when we minimize the energy? There are two types of energies. One is the kinetic energy. It's like we run faster, it takes more energy. The other is the interaction energy. So, it takes a lot of energy when you interact with people. So it's similar for electrons. So let's now the magic of quantum mechanics is that in a magnetic field, the kinetic energy only takes certain special values. So the kinetic energy becomes quantized. In zero magnetic field, you can have any kinetic energy, but in a finite magnetic field, it's quantized. These are called Landau levels. So here the energy can be arbitrary, here it's discrete, and these are called Landau levels. So this is the great Russian physicist Landau who solved this problem almost as soon as quantum mechanics was discovered. So you say, okay, I'm going to start putting electrons in the lowest kinetic energy level. Now you may know electrons obey Pauli principle. You cannot put two electrons in the same orbital. So there is a finite number of electrons you can put here. So you start filling this, then you fill this. At the end, you count how many Landau levels are filled. That's called the filling factor. Okay, so here the filling factor is 2 1/3. Now, the filling factor is given by a formula. It's inversely proportional to the magnetic field. So as we increase the magnetic field, there is more and more room in each Landau level. So we fill fewer and fewer of them. So now if you look at this picture, you say, well, I have some ambiguity here. I could have put this electron here or here, right? But when you have a situation like this, when I have, let's say, an integer number of Landau levels full, then I have no ambiguity. So I know precisely what the ground state is, okay? So that is actually the physics underlying the integer quantum Hall effect. We know the solution, it's unique, and moreover there is a gap to excitation. So what is the origin of integer quantum Hall effect? Well, this, so if you remember this picture, you know what is causing integer Hall effect. All right. So, in physics, the thing that keeps us going is that whenever you feel that you understand, there is a twist. So nature keeps us busy, it always gives us new puzzles. So in this case, there was a new puzzle just in a couple of years. So these three gentlemen, they went to higher magnetic field and they saw a quantized value of the Hall resistance where you have this fraction 1/3 rather than an integer. So this was the beginning of what is known as the fractional quantum Hall effect. In fact, for this fraction, there was a very nice wave function written by a theorist, Robert Laughlin, and a few years later, okay. So let me just say that a few years later in 1998, three of them won the Nobel Prize for discovery of this quantum fluid. Okay, so now look at this, there is 1/3, but you know, when 1/3 was discovered, it created such great excitement that there was a lot of effort invested in improving the sample quality and conditions for the experiments. And soon people started observing 1/3, 2/5, 3/7, lots and lots of different fractions. So, they grew like, moss, in a dirty place. So there are maybe hundreds of such fractions. In fact, if this I say is the most beautiful single trace taken in physics. So all one is doing is measuring the resistance as a function of the magnetic field. So this is resistance, this is magnetic field, and you see like the skyline of Mumbai, it's this huge amount of structure here. So what is happening? So it's actually among the most stunning manifestations of quantum mechanics at macroscopic scale. So you have heard of superconductivity. That's a manifestation of quantum mechanics. Suddenly yes, so there are labs where they can produce 40, 45 Tesla in steady state, and then there are explosive measurements where you can go to 100 Tesla. So these are national facilities in United States. I mean, this can be done in many different places, but 20 Tesla is pretty common. Okay, how do I get this back? आपने बोला कर दूंगा हाँ जी
It's a very interesting topic of my field also. They can't with my PhD with Professor Satyamurthy.
Oh, okay.
Study quantum dynamics and all those things. We'll discuss on that.
Okay, so let me try to finish quickly. Okay, so it turns out now we have to deal with interaction between electrons because these fractions, they correspond to a partially filled Landau level. So we can have lots of different possible solutions. The actual solution is some very complicated, entangled, superposition of all these basis functions. We do not know the exact solution because even a problem of 3 interacting particles is unsolved, okay? And here we have zillions of interacting particles. There are lots of possibilities. So, at first it seems like it's an impossible problem to solve. But, okay, so in the meanwhile, so I'm kind of inserting my own journey here. In the meanwhile, so I was not working in the field. I finished my PhD, I went to University of Maryland, then I went to Yale University. And all the while I was kind of curious about this problem, I was thinking about it. And let me say, the most important thing in theoretical physics is to ask the right question at the right time. Okay. So, can you hear me? Okay. So, so what does that mean? Okay, maybe I'll just.
So the generator is.
So the electricity is back now, or?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Yeah, I don't see any.
Yeah, the projector
Project.
has to start heating.
Well, thank you guys for not leaving, you know. It's okay. So what is the right question here? So, you know, what I have done here is I have erased all the numbers. You know, earlier I had numbers like 1, 2, 3, 1/3, 2/5. I have erased those numbers. And then you realize that you cannot really tell which is integer Hall effect and which is fractional Hall effect. So, it seems that they are qualitatively identical. So, the question is, can we unify these two? Now, you work on the question a little bit, you ask, what does it mean to unify? Well, I have to understand the fractional quantum Hall effect as some kind of integer quantum Hall effect. If you think a little further, this means there must be some weakly interacting emergent particles whose integer quantum Hall effect will produce the fractional quantum Hall effect of electrons. So, once I had this thought, I was thinking about this, and it turns out suddenly when I was watching television but doodling, my wife Manju was sitting next to me, and suddenly I realized which particles we need. So she remembers I told her I found something important. And the idea was that the particles that are the relevant particles here are these composite fermions. It's the bound state of an electron with an even number of magnetic flux quanta. And the key property of composite fermions is that when electrons bind these flux quanta, they don't see these flux quanta anymore. They only see the leftover magnetic field. And therefore, they have a, okay, so they move as though the magnetic field was much, much smaller than the external magnetic field. And in the interest of time, the fractional quantum Hall effect at these filling factors actually maps onto integer quantum Hall effect of composite fermions. So, all these fractions, you know, just like these integers can be understood in terms of integer lambda level electrons, the fractions can be understood as filled levels of composite fermions. So, this is the essential physics of fractional Hall effect. Since then, the field has grown quite a bit. So, it turns out the composite fermions makes lots of other states. For example, they have metallic state, superconducting state, they form crystals, stripes, etc., etc. They have bilayer states. So, the field has grown quite a bit, and okay, there are, okay, look at if you are interested in this. But let me come to the last point, and that will just take 1 minute, which is what good are these? Okay, so from my perspective, just the understanding is worth it. But the question is, can we apply it to something? So it turns out that this superconducting state of composite fermions, so here they form pairs and form a BCS type state. It has something very strange. Its excitations are what are known as Majorana particles. Who has heard of Majorana? Okay. Beautiful. So there are two people who have heard this. This particle was first theorized by an Italian physicist who found a real solution to the Dirac equation, which means that the particle is its own antiparticle. But then Mr. Majorana went on a voyage on a ship and he disappeared. But such particles are not known in nature, but it's believed that they are produced in the superconducting state of composite fermions. So the property is very strange. If you take two Majorana particles and bring them together, they can either annihilate or they can make one composite fermion. So it's a linear superposition of state with no composite fermion and one composite fermion. So it's something like Schrödinger's cat, which can be simultaneously dead or alive, and that people believe is a qubit. So the two states of this qubit is 1 or 0, okay, and it's believed that if this qubit can be implemented, then this would be fault tolerant. So as you may know, that the biggest problem in making a quantum computer is the problem of decoherence, but this qubit would be immune from decoherence, and there is a lot of work going on. In fact, Microsoft is trying to make quantum computers based on this, based on Majoranas. That's their primary focus. Google is trying to do it based on superconducting qubits. Microsoft Majorana qubits. And they have unveiled a chip, it's called Majorana 1. Well, it's, there is many a slip between the cup and the lip, as they say, so we don't know when or ever a quantum computer based on this would be made, but one can always dream. And there is this article in Nature, I think it appeared earlier this year, and it's perhaps another platform might win the race to perform the first topologically protected quantum computation. But for now, we would not bet against the dark horse of quantum Hall systems getting there. So that's the end of the story, except that all of the work that I have talked about is done by some brilliant students that I have had the pleasure to work with. And I would just thank them and also thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you so much, sir, for such an insightful talk.
Yeah, and I apologize for taking too long, but I was not the only thing responsible for it.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a subject area which is actually very close to my heart also. We would like to listen to you on and on, but we have time constraint. So now I request our Honorable President, Professor Anand Sharma, to for the appreciation and gratitude to kindly present a memento to our esteemed guest of honor, Professor Jainendra K. Jain. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. We now come to the concluding segment of the inaugural session. May I request Dr. Rashina Thawat, the convener Ramsact 2025, to kindly propose the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Saurabh. I feel privileged that I have been assigned an important task of delivering a vote of thanks for the 5th International Conference on Recent Advances in Material Science and Computational Technique. On behalf of the MJ family, I, along with Team Ramsat 2025, take this opportunity to express my gratitude to Chief Guest Professor V. Ramgopal Rao, Group Vice-Chancellor of BITS Pilani, Professor Jainendra Kumar Jain, Wolf Laureate Physics 2025, for accepting our invitation and enriching the deliberation, sir. We keep on record our indebtedness to Mr. S. Vethiswaran, Honorable Chairperson, and Chief Patron, Professor N.N. Sharma, Honorable President and Patron, for their constant encouragement and guidance. We are grateful to Professor Amit Soni, Registrar, and Professor Neetu Bhatnagar, Provost, for the unconditional support. We extend our appreciation to the Chair, Ramsat, Professor Kuldeep Singh Sangwan, Dean, Faculty of Sciences, Technology and Architecture, Professor Lalita Ladwani, Dean of Research, International Affairs and Academic Administration, for always being there with us. Our heartfelt thanks to co-chair, Professor Ashima Bagaria, Associate Dean, School of Physical Sciences and Physical and Biological Sciences, and Professor Praveen Kumar Surolia, Head Department of Physics. I hereby acknowledge the contribution of the Advisory Committee and Local Organizing Committee Team Ramsat, my fellow convener Dr. Saurabh Srivastav, co-convener Dr. Ashish Kumar Barak, Dr. Rajiv Nema, Organizing Secretary Dr. Anjani Kumar Pandey, Dr. Kishore Kumar, Dr. Ankur Kumar Jain, and along with complete whole local organizing committee of Ramsat, and most importantly the student volunteers who worked tirelessly to make this event possible. We are grateful to the delegates who contribute more than 151 abstract with more than 111 from outside Manipal University, Jaipur. With this overwhelming response, we have 21 speakers with us as a keynote and invited speaker around the globe in this version. Also, we would like to appreciate our publication partner, Springer Scopus Index, and our co-organizer, Southern Denmark University and Sunway University, along with the multiple society on board. Special sincere thanks to our IT team, Directorate of General Services, and most importantly, our speakers again, those have spared some time and they are contributed their research with us. I once again thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for the gracious vote of thanks. I now request everyone present here to kindly rise for the national anthem.
जनमन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Thank you all. Finally, may I request all the dignitaries and delegates to join for the group photograph here. Requesting everyone to come in the middle of the auditorium for the group photograph. In this session, we are going to have one keynote talk. After the keynote talk, there will be the lunch, and the next talk will be in the after lunch session. So I welcome Professor K.P. Mishra to chair the session. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Saurabh, and I extend once again a warm welcome to this technical session of Ramsact 2025. So for the benefit of audience, I would like to give a brief introduction of the speaker of this particular technical session. The first speaker or the only speaker for this technical session is Professor Parameshwar K. Iyer. So Professor Parameshwar K. Iyer is a distinguished professor in the Department of Chemistry and the Center for Nanotechnology at the Indian Institute of Technology, Guwahati. He obtained his PhD from the Central Salt and Marine Chemicals and Research Institute, Bhavnagar, and subsequently carried out postdoctoral research at the Technion Israel Institute of Technology and University of California, Santa Barbara, USA, followed by a research appointment at Case Western Reserve, University, USA. He joined IIT Guwahati in the year 2004 as an assistant professor and was promoted to associate professor in 2008 and professor in the year 2013. Professor Iyer's research interests include organic and polymer synthesis, fluorescent and calorimetric biochemosensors, optoelectronic materials, and functional nanomaterials for the healthcare and diagnostic applications. He has made significant contributions to polymer and materials chemistry through high impact publications and internationally recognized research. His accolades include the INSA Medal for Young Scientists, the CRSI Bronze Medal, the MRSI Medal, and election as a Fellow of Royal Society of Chemistry. He also serves on the editorial advisory boards of leading international journals and is actively involved in mentoring the students and promoting interdisciplinary research. To add a few more accolades, I would like to mention here that he was officiating director of IIT Guwahati, and during his regime, one collaboration, official collaboration and MOU was signed with our own university, Manipal University of Jaipur, and he is the associate editor of many leading journals, very renowned journals, ACS Applied Biomaterials, Scientific Reports, Frontiers in Medical Technology. To his credit, there are more than 300 publications and more than 40 patents, and there are 13 transfer of technologies from his side to industry. So with this very illuminating and illustrious career in the field of science, material science and optoelectronics, I would like to invite Professor Parameshwar Iyer for his talk. Over to you, sir.
I think I am loud enough.
Okay, sir.
No, I'll be walking.
Sure.
You want me to put? You can try. अंदर इधर रखते हैं. Thank you, Professor Mishra, for the elaborate introduction, and thank you to the organizers for inviting me to this wonderful conference. I'm privileged to be part of this great event, and I personally feel that the work that we do and the theme of this conference is really, exactly what I think, really matches very well. So I was very happy to, accept this invitation, though I was little late in responding to, Dr. Praveen. I'm little sorry about that. My plans initially were to go to another conference, but there were some issues which did not allow me to go. Moreover, my institute and I was a convener for another international conference that just got over on 15th. So there were few things that were going on together that I was late in responding. So I have requested the
chair to give me 5-7 minutes extra, because I also want to highlight two different aspects. One about the agreement that we had signed, and the opportunities that exist, pan India, for any researcher who want to pursue or who want to do some additional experiments or do some high end research and convert that into a product. So there are institutes which are promoting that. Fortunately, IIT Guwahati is the lead institute in doing so. That is the reason that I thought maybe I'll also highlight that part. So as you see, my talk, I'll be talking mainly on engineering of small molecules. They are primarily organic molecules, and what leads to their applications. So their applications are really very broad, not just fundamental science, but it also leads to most of the technologies that you see are coming up. The last part of the two wonderful lectures that we heard, the first lecture of Professor Ramgopal Rao, he mentioned about OFET applications. In fact, the screen that you see here, the curved or the transparent, multiple things are there in this screen. So you have a lot of organic components that come in. So previously the organic materials were used. In this case, it is not just the passive component, but also the active component. So when I talk about active components, that means the light that you get, the transistors that give out signals, everything is organic. So that is very important. And of course, this what you see is it's not just an MRI. You all are aware, so MRI imaging is also coming up in a very big way. And to make it small, portable, so that you can take it to the rural areas, this is a very big challenge our country is facing. A lot of research is going on, even IIT Guwahati, how you can make this portable. So all the devices you make, you have to make it portable, or you can make it in a way that you can also take it at the remotest location. So that is a very big challenge. And as we do all these things, we also come across a lot of fundamental principles that lead to the discovery of a very interesting optical phenomenon, and that can be converted in a lot of applications, not just in the devices, but also in the healthcare domains. So this is one topic which has not been touched upon today morning, so I will also be covering that. So our theme, today morning, since today morning has been on bridges, our Ledwani madam mentioned about Ram Setu. I will also be touching a lot on bridges, and I will show how these bridges are very important, not just in connecting two subjects, but also in a very specific aspect of converting them into very good technologies. So IIT Guwahati is located here. So this is the entire northeast. I show this map for multiple reasons. So you all are aware there are 7 states plus Sikkim, which is also part of this northeast now. So there are 8 states, but importantly the challenges are very different. The images that you see are photos taken from by one of my student. He is an avid he does birding, they call. So he takes a lot of bird pictures. In fact, there are very good groups within IIT Guwahati who bring out a lot of books. So in fact, we give the bird book as a souvenir. So these are all pictures of our campus. You see very green. This is one of our newer guest houses. A very big campus, around 750 acres. To be 732 is a precise number, and we have around 7 water bodies and a lot of hills. So if you are on the campus, you really don't feel that you are in a campus. It is more of a resort type. I think few of your colleagues have been to our campus, and we also have a student here. Suranjan is here. He is an IIT Guwahati alumni from my own department. So very happy that he is here with you all, and definitely he can be the starting point of the bridge. Okay, so and of course I also have another connection. Professor Praveen is my junior where I did my PhD, though I did not have an overlap, but that is another thing, and he was the one who came to IIT Guwahati for signing the agreement. I will be showing that picture. So our challenges are also very unique. If you see that the 98% boundary of this entire northeast, it is sort of an international boundary, whereas only 2% of this is connected to the rest of India. Okay, it's called the chicken neck corridor, and there are a lot of issues with that. People into geopolitics, they know what is the importance there. So it's a very strategical location here. So so connection with India is very narrow here. Okay, so there are other challenges, but being an only IIT in the entire region, we also do a lot of activities, not just for basic research and technology thing, but we are also working with all the states. We work with Bhutan, we also work with Nepal, we also work with Bangladesh, and in some aspects, initially with Myanmar, it has stopped as of now. So we also do a lot of other activities. So this is something very unique with our IIT, but also with the other states. Okay, so and it's a very biodiverse region, so a lot of activities on healthcare, a lot of activities on bio-based research is flourishing in a lot of regions. So this is something that somebody is interested, you can come and pursue. I move forward. So this is the bridge we wanted to join, as I mentioned, and this was made before we discussed today, before I came, And there is another coincidence. So in our institute, so this is a very famous bridge called Saraigat Bridge. The relevance of this is very important. I'll show you in the next slide, little bit of history. And this is the agreement that we had signed. And it so happened that I downloaded, I saw that today I'm wearing the same dress. Okay. So you see that the team from your institute, they visited and we signed this on 30th January. So it's almost 3 years now. Okay, it's good that we signed, but unfortunately we have not made much progress. My colleagues, he was the head of the chemical engineering department. He was supposed to initiate a lot of collaboration. Somehow it has been quite slow. And this is what we want to now do. We want to take it forward and see how we can bring about researchers and groups together so that this bridge can be definitely developed. Okay, and a little bit about this bridge. It's a very historical bridge. It is not just connecting the north and the south banks of Brahmaputra, but it is connecting the rest of India with the northeast. Okay, so that is where this bridge is very important. And it was made in 1962 and it helped in the China war, and now it's still working very well. It's a double bridge. This is how it looks. On the bottom you have the rail line, on the top you have the other the normal road, but it was too narrow. Okay, so in 2017 the second bridge has come up on this river, and now we have 2 more bridges. So in Guwahati itself we are going to have 4 bridges. Okay, and unlike other places, the biggest challenge in this constructing a bridge here is during that time when they thought of constructing a bridge, they chose the narrowest point in the river, and the narrowest point is close to 2 kilometers. That's how big the river is. If you go to Upper Assam, you don't see the other end of the river, and there is an island called Majuli Island. That is where the culture of the northeast or the Assam has come up, the Vaishnavite culture, and that island itself diameter is 35 kilometers. So if you are at one bank, then you don't see that island, and if you go to other side also you don't see the other. That big, that massive, that is the size of this river. So it's very challenging to do anything. And now we are also constructing a bridge under the river in one part, Upper Assam. I am also associated with a new university there. It's in that town. So it's a very historical place, but definitely it connects the rest of the India by road. Now of course we have very good air connectivity. That's a different thing. But this is how the importance of these bridges. And this is what I want to show. So though this is one special program, this is where I asked for extra 5 minutes. We have a unique program going on with the support of MITY, Professor Ramgopal, who was here, he is also part of this. And this is the website. I'll also show the QR code. And we do a lot of activities. Most importantly, we do this hands-on training. We do the training of industry person. And this is the first time this year we did training for around 50, more than we wanted to have 72 students, but due to exam 53 students from tribal areas they came, and we did a practical training at our institute, at the Tata Semiconductor plant, and also in IISc. So this is a hands-on experience, and all the students, they get certified by the National Skill Council of India. I'll show that in the next slide. And you see the activity that has been done here. We have done a lot of workshops, and the number of participants is so high. We have done hands-on training, and this we do it multiple times. And everything, I'll not go through details of everything, but participants from across the country have come and used these facilities. Okay, world-class facilities. In fact, if you see, I don't know if you all can identify that here is Professor Ramgopal Rao. This is this year, and I am standing here. This is our head of Nanotechnology Center. This was in IISc, held in March 2025. So it's a very nice, very flourishing program, and lot of students, lot of faculty members, lot of industry personnel, they come and make devices. These are some of the devices made at our lab, my lab, especially the OPV, the OLEDs, and this the SAW devices. These are made in my lab, my own research lab. And the good thing is, any researcher can come and use the facilities, and that they don't need to give credit to any host or the institute. Okay, you come from this institute, you come and use the facilities, and everything is yours. You don't need to give anybody's name, no credit to any of you. You can just just give the project number that you use this facility. That's it. Okay, otherwise no authors from any other institute. It is not allowed. Okay, so this is something very unique in patents, in publication. So this is something really very nice. And this is wherein I want that you all, not just by the MOU, but otherwise also you write to the head. And so this is you all can take out your mobile phones. You all can scan this, and you'll directly go to the website. If you want, you can do this. I'll wait for 10 seconds. So you can scan this, you can go to the website, you can get everything. You can see if it is working. So this INUP means India Nano Users Program, and I2I means Idea to Innovation. Okay, so if you have an idea, we will also handhold you to take it to the level where at least you can have a small startup, whether you want to be in the startup ecosystem of IIT Guwahati or any other institutes in your vicinity, you can do that. Okay, so this is very important initiative from the government of India, and definitely many students are coming from across the country. If somebody is interested in photovoltaics, they come here. If they want to do in sensors, they go to IIT Bombay. So it depends on where you want to go and what expertise you are looking for, and you can go to that institute and work. Okay, so everything is supported by the government. Can I move on to the next slide? Is it working? Thank you. So basically, so these are the 6 institutes. IIT Guwahati is here. So you have, in the south you have IIT Madras and IISc. In the east you have IIT Kharagpur. Northeast we have IIT Guwahati. In the west we have IIT Bombay, and north we have IIT Delhi. So Delhi is probably the nearest to you all. So these are the 6 institutes which have participated, and almost all the programs that are supported by NSQF. We offer the programs by this NSQF, National Skill Qualification Framework, and the certification is done by ESSCI. Electronic Skill Sector Council of India. Okay, so it is certified. So it's everything is certified. This is how you do these courses, you get the certification, and as per the NEP, you can also transfer the grades or the credits that are there that are also transferred. You get it in this academic bank of credits. Especially for students, this is very important. Okay, so please keep this in mind. If somebody is interested, you can write to us. The QR code that I generated, and it has all the details. And these are some of the facilities of IIT Guwahati. In fact, we have the country's 2nd largest clean room facility in academic institute. So these are the clean room facilities. It is called either ISO 6 or class 1000 is ISO 5 or class 100. So these are the clean room facilities. We have all the E-beam, the photolithography, all facilities. So all the devices, if you want to make really in the nano scale, less than 10 nanometer, 5 nanometer, this is where you will do everything. Other facilities here, and the facility, all the this is a visit to the Tata Semiconductor plant. We also have collaboration with them. This is the Tata Semiconductor plant people and the state industrial secretary visiting our facilities for we are exploring training for the Tata Semiconductor plant also in our institute. Okay, so industry directly are coming, and this is how we conduct the training for the industry and the academicians. So it's a very good opportunity. Please see if you all can use this facility. It's a free facility. Okay, and you'll get world class. Whatever devices you want to make, everything is possible here. Any questions on this aspect? Then I'll move on to the technical part. You don't pay anything. Yes, it is free. So these are all the other details of the devices that we can fabricate here, but there are many more that we can do. So I move on now. We work on multiple aspects of developing materials and applying them to various applications. Okay, some of them are listed here. So there's a big group on chemistry, but we also have students from physics background. So here a lot of students are from physics and electronics background, and this side you have students who are from the biology background or healthcare background. So it's a very interdisciplinary work or group that we have, and we develop materials, and we look at a lot of different applications in healthcare. That we sort of take it till the level of proper either patents or a product development. So we do the entire the range of things, and this is one slide, very basic. Then I'll not go into too much of basics. So as such, when you talk about light, there are a lot of materials which give out light. Okay, we are seeing a lot of different kinds of light here in this room itself. Multiple colors that are facing me right now. All the colors. So how do you get this light? Okay, so right from the childhood we have been exposed to a lot of different kind of dyes. They are everywhere in foods, in fabric, everything. So this is how the dyes were there earlier, and if you see that this completely pi conjugated. Yes, but there is a small problem with this, that when two molecules of this come together, there is a pi stacking. They come too close to each other, and there is a pi stacking. And what happens that initially it's quite bright, but as you increase the concentration, they lose out the color. And biggest problem is they are not soluble in water, or they cannot be even dispersed in water. So that's a very big challenge. So what happens, rather than having a flat molecule, if you introduce something which can be rotated. Okay, so here they are flat molecules. In this case, now you have a sort of a silane based 5-membered ring, and you put this kind of molecules which are sort of rotating, or they are called rotors. Then what happens, they cannot stack on each other. Okay, they cannot stack on each other because of this. And so what happens, initially they are not having any color. Okay, they don't have any color in the initial stage. So and these are all in water. Okay, you do this, and this may vary. I have shown in this example with this molecule as at 90% water fraction or above, they have become very bright. This can go up to 99% also. I will show you some example. Okay, now when you change this, okay, here they are directly attached to the aromatic group. This is what the bridging I was telling. Then you can change this and you can get in a very bright color. So you bring them together or you aggregate together. There is very close collaboration here with among them. They aggregate, and because of this, there is a rotation of this. So they don't come, they don't stack on each other like these molecules, and that is how they give out light. There are a lot of mechanisms that are responsible for giving out light. Okay, I don't have really time to go into detail, but we can discuss if there is a question or that. And so this is normal fluorescence, which we have heard. Okay, the first part of this. Okay, so you have a molecule, you excite it, and when the energy is lost, you get the light out. Here this is called fluorescence. Okay, unfortunately, what happens here is only around 25%, and you lose out 75%. Now, is it possible to capture the remaining 75% also? And yes, we can do that. So this is called the second the phenomenon that came up was the phosphorescence. So we excite it. There are some system. Initially, we only had metal-based system, the europium, the iridium, and a lot of other metal-based system, including the porphyrins. What Professor Ramgopal showed today morning. There are some examples where even porphyrins with the metal could do that. Okay, so you do this, and there is an intersystem crossing. IS is intersystem crossing, and then there is a decay, and then you get light. So that is considered to be phosphorescence. So this process is slightly longer than this. So you also involve this some percent of the 75%. So you get around 80-90% of the excited state, whatever you have excited, you can get out in the form of light. So this is very good. Almost a decade ago, a new phenomenon has come here. That is what I showed in the first slide. It is called delayed fluorescence. The principle is same like this fluorescence. You get this light from here, but there is a slight delay. Okay, so this is a very interesting phenomenon. And in this, what happens that you excite this molecule again. Okay, it comes to the triplet states, and then there is a slight delay. So there is some amount of thermal energy involved. So there is a reverse intersystem crossing. It can again go back here, and then there is a decay happens after that. So you can see now this is even a slightly longer process. So you get light in the form of fluorescence, but also you can have multiple things. Okay, so this is an interesting phenomenon which has come up. Now why this is important? Okay, usually whenever you excite and you take off the excitation source, the light doesn't remain for very long, or the excited state also doesn't remain very long. Okay, it's really very, very slow that our eye cannot really detect it. That is where you needed this high, very sophisticated laser equipment which can detect all the femtosecond laser or nanosecond laser. So all these very, very sophisticated instrument. Now we have materials, beyond TADF we also have afterglow materials which shine the light, you take off the source, and still they are bright. They remain bright for very long time. Now why this is important? Not just for normal visualizing, but all the applications that you see here. You want to generate the reactive oxygen species in the case of for killing the cancer cells, that is possible. You want to make stable LEDs, very bright LEDs, that is possible. And these are not possible now with the metal base. You can also do this by the organic molecules. And why we are focusing on organic molecules? Because these molecules can be processed at room temperature. You can make an ink, you can make a paste, you can print it, or you can do whatever way at room temperature. Everything is done at room temperature. So this is a very big advantage. I'll just touch upon this aspect as well. Unlike this inorganic materials, these organic materials also have a very nice property, self-assembly. Okay, last part of my talk I'll be focusing on this. So you have these molecules in a single molecule or your two different molecules. You put it together. If they have some properties which match with each other, then you can form a very nice assembly. And this can be like a cooperative, it can be an orthogonal, it can be completely random, or sometimes it can also be disruptive. Okay, but all of them generate some kind of properties which we have to identify where we can apply. So this is a very interesting phenomenon which you can see only in this or these organic materials, which is rather very difficult to achieve. With pure inorganic, you may have to make hybrid materials, metal and organic, to also achieve this. I am not going through the applications, but you can imagine an application, and usually they are there everywhere. So my talk will again focus on a very important aspect, as I told you, the bridge. Okay, so how this bridge plays an important role in generating these properties. The first examples I will be discussing is direct linkages. Okay, how the direct linkages will involve. So it's basically a donor The D and A I mentioned is, it's one of them can be a donor, one of them can be an acceptor molecule, or one of them is electron rich and one of them is an electron deficient. Okay. So here they are directly linked. The other one is, they are quite away from each other, but they are linked through, some kind of flexible molecule, or, it's sort of a sigma bond. Or hydrocarbons, usually you link it, there is no aromatic linkage. Okay, so this is only kept, or the only connection, only purpose of connection, is to, so that they don't move away, and whatever properties are, they can come together and then they can communicate. Okay, that's where this bridge is very important. The third kind is the aromatic bridging spacer. So you have, it's almost similar to this, but you have a spacer which is aromatic, or the pi spacer. Okay, here it was a sigma, here it's a pi spacer. So this also has an important role. The bigger the further you keep it away, the bigger the effect. The same thing like here, the further they are away, the properties change. So small changes that you can do. And the last type is, is completely, it is almost similar to this. Some linkages, whereas in this case, there is absolutely no linkage. They can be of any shape, any size, and then you can generate whatever you want. So it's through space, like the crystals that I showed. Okay, the self-assembly. You can have any of these. You can combine this with this. You can combine this with any, and then you can get whatever properties you want. But this is something that is very unique in the organic molecules. You can design from the molecular level, and you can achieve very unique properties, not just various kinds of lights, but also in a very unique applications. So I have multiple examples of all these things. I will just focus primarily on the first example, and then I will move on to the second. I will move on quickly, because we are in the lunch, this thing we are running 45 minutes late. So I will, if there is anything, then we can also discuss. So this is the very first example. This kind of molecules, the very first example I told that they stack upon each other and they form very nice aggregates. That is how they don't give out light. What we have done is, and these molecules are very useful. These are electron deficient molecule systems, and we use them for transistor a lot. What we have done is, usually you have a diimide. In this case, we have modified that, and we have removed the lower part, and then we have used simple molecules. The only change here is, we make small changes. We replace the oxygens also here, with sulfur. Okay, the oxygen also. So what do we expect? So as such, this molecule, as you see, the one with oxygen, they are quite bright. And these molecules, when you shine UV light, they are completely, they don't have any this thing. So there is very good, spin orbit coupling in this molecule. So as such, you don't see anything, there is complete quenching of this molecule. But as such, if you see the S atom, by this, we get, huge absorption shift. I have not put the spectra here. And in the absorption emission, there is a huge shift. So compared to this molecule, you can see the big shift. So almost it goes into the red to the NIR region. Why this is important? For all the imaging, for all the biological work, this is what is preferred compared to the normal blue and green molecules. Okay, so that is where we have this. And moreover, these molecules are not AIE. Here we even generate the aggregation induced emission characteristic with this molecule. And this is a very busy slide. So as such, all the molecules we have studied, the biological activities with multiple cells, the MCF7, the HeLa cells, and the HEK293T. You will see multiple kinds of cancer cells that our collaborators have studied. Okay, so they try with around 8 to 10 types, and usually they give us around 2 to 3 molecules, or 2 to 3 molecules and 2 to 3 best cells that they get the result. So as such, it's a library of molecules that they analyze with various kinds of cell. And what the nice thing that you see is, usually if you have a dye which is not selective, if I add that dye to this plate, what will happen? The entire thing will become green. Okay, or entire thing will become whatever color the molecule is. In this case, only the cells are stained. You don't need a wash. It's sort of a wash-free environment. You don't need to do additional step. Okay, and very small quantity, and with time, you can see very good imaging. But in this case, you also see there is also killing of the cells here. Okay, and this kind of images you will also see in the later slides. Will not take too much time here. So this is one set of molecules. I have another set very similar to this towards the end. Okay, so this again, there is a tuning of the molecular or the small functional group. In the previous case, it was sulfur. Here, what we have done instead of carbon, I have not shown the molecule with the carbon. Here, we have put a boron system here. Okay, we have connected the this 7 molecules with the boron linkage here, and we have changed the functional group as you see on the top. That is there here. And when you do that, what happens is that the entire shape of this molecule in the nano regime changes, because some of them are just like very nice sheets, some of them are like spheres, some of them grow wires over time, and this is like a nano rod. Okay, one specific molecule, this pyridine, it was very unique. Okay, it starts off from a very small dot, and over time you keep it, so it starts coming together, it forms like a chain, and then it forms like an entire thing. So, you can see almost all the features present in one special molecule. So, this is again a very unique observation that we see, and that is because this pyridine, the lone pairs that is there, it allows binding with water molecules, simple water molecules, and it allows the chain to come together. So, this is again, it's like a supramolecular assembly that I told that happens within the system, within the water, and we can see this, the progression, even by high-end microscopy techniques, and we can see that. And in these molecules also, what happens that as such, when you change the functional group, you see the change in the fluorescence quantum wheel also. It's quite high in the case of NB and Me2, and then it decreases in the case of the cyanide. Whereas, as you go from here, it's not just a normal thing. This is what I call the rotor effect. Okay, the twist angle also changes. In the case of this NB and Me, it's only 3.32 degrees the twist. Whereas, if you go in the cyno, you see the twist. It is so high. So, if the molecule is this, it's 90 degree. So, in one case it's only 3 degrees, in other case around 68 degrees. So, you can see the very big effect that you see here. So, this is very important. So, small molecules, the entire chain that you see here, it's arranged as per the optical properties and as per the twist. So, this is what is responsible for generating not just the morphology, but also all the optical properties, any other application that you see, so everything. And you can see that as you go from, this is quite bright, but as you move towards cyano, there is absolutely no color. So, small change in just one functional group, and you see there a lot of changes in the thing. I'm again skipping this. We have done a lot of biological work with this, and very interesting results both in the terms. So, these are blue. The earlier one green and the red. Here they are blue molecules, and also some of them are green, and we get some interesting results in this. They are only used for imaging, not for killing purposes. Now, I move from the direct linkages to the chain linkages. Okay, the second aspect here. Now, in this, we have this carbazole molecule. This carbazole has been very well known in literature over the past 4 years. An interesting property has come across this molecule, that even whenever you make any synthesis, any of these molecules, and if there is an impurity left of this carbazole, then this carbazole, it gives out a small amount of, even a small amount of impurity gives a very good phosphorescence. Okay, so that is very important. Now, what we do is, there is an electron rich donor and the acceptor. There is a sigma bond here, and we change the spacer length from, these are the highest is the 6, and then the smallest is the 3, 4, 5, 6. And in this, what we are seeing is, you have the TADF, you have the room temperature phosphorus, and you have the slow RTP. So, we see multiple species here that are generated. And interestingly, since it is very broad absorption, we also see white light here. So, within one molecule, there is a connection. So, rather than having blue or green, we have a combination of blue, green and red. That is what I told in the beginning. So, you have a combination here, these lights which are facing me right now, the blue, green and red. And so, if I come and stand in front of this, I do not know if you all can see. So, if I come and stand in front of this, you only see white. So, this is a very nice example, and this is what you are seeing in the spectrum. Okay. So, you have a combination of these three, and if it is perfect, you get this. So, the ideal value should be 0.33. So, these are very close to white. Okay, so this is, you can see some amount of white. If it is more, if the value changes, it becomes different color. As a spectra wise, you see this is a very nice thing. And so these are completely through space and in a very interesting properties. But we as such, see everything together: fluorescence, the room temperature phosphorescence, and delete fluorescence. And the applications we generate are also very unique. You can see very broad spectra. Okay, and very good properties. These are the lifetimes and a lot of other properties that are generated. Interestingly, we know this is the first example where we take it to a device with application, you get very good crystals. These are the crystal sizes. Now, interestingly, when you pass light from one end to the other crystal, there is absolutely no dissipation of light. So, we have made waveguides with this. In this case, so we have recorded a spectra at multiple intervals. You start from this end to this end, the light dissipation is very less. So, and this is the first example where phosphorescent based materials, you can pass the light and you end up getting this very nice waveguiding properties from a molecule. So, you can get very nice crystals. The crystals can directly be used for waveguiding application. And these kind of properties as such are not known in literature or not reported. Probably this technology will take at least a decade or half to come to the market. Okay, so waveguiding, so you can base the optical communication and everything happens through this. The very fast communication, you pass light, you get without any loss of light. So, that is very important component for any optical waveguiding or any application that you look for. I will not take much time in this. This is sort of an elaboration. In this case, we use everything is same except the acceptor is different. Okay, in this case, the acceptor is different, and surprisingly, when you use this acceptor with lot of cyano groups, we don't see any room temperature phosphorescence. Okay, so this is completely absent here. So everything is focused now on this aspect because the spin orbit coupling, the intersystem crossing is quite different. I forgot to tell about one important thing, that reverse intersystem RIC that occurs. The reason for that is the value that are reported here, the 0.03 EV, this should be below 0.2 electron volt. Okay, only if it is below this, that RIC happens. Okay, so all the systems that have this very low, that only then it is possible. The lower the value, the better it is. In fact, recently in recent year there is also just one molecule which is also given minus 0.001. There is also an example of where they have just gone little bit below 0. So this is an important challenge of generating this donor acceptor materials with the TADF property. Okay, so one aspect of this conference is also the computational aspect. So when I make this molecule, even before I synthesize, I can do the calculation and I can get from the computational thing, the DFT calculations can give whether this molecule can have the TADF property, or I can get this the delta EST value. Okay, the energy that is required to go from the singlet to the triplet. Okay, so this you can get it from the calculation. So calculation, the DFT calculations or any other calculation, it plays a very important role in supporting our claims and also supporting our experiments. I move quickly. This is almost similar to that. The applications are also quite similar. Instead of waveguiding, we have also shown the biological applications here, and you can see that you have it's very specific to the nucleus part here, and everywhere you don't need any washing here. I move on to the third topic of the aromatic bridging or the D-pi-A system. So this work we published very early, around close to 10 years back, and the interesting thing is this molecule has given us in fact very good results. We are still getting a lot of work with this. There is a small change here. In this case, this part, the fluorine part, it's connected to thiophene directly. Here we put a phenyl bridge. That is the only change here. And in this case, what we see is irrespective of the solvent, irrespective of the system, we don't see any change in the color. So whether it is organic, whether it is water, in both the cases it's a dual emission system. These kind of molecules are very rare, so there are a lot of applications we are studying with this. We have also made the white light LEDs, we have made a lot of biological applications. So as a parent molecule, I will be showing little while later, how they have, helped us, identify very new behavior of that molecule, in the presence when we form this co-crystal. So it's a very interesting molecule. Both the molecules are very interesting, and you get a very unique control over the color irrespective of the solvent system. It can be solution, it can be aggregated state, it can be also be in the film form. Okay, so similar system, and then the previous work, I had this kind of molecule on both the sides. In this case, only it is on the one side. So we keep the acceptor same, we change the donor here. Okay, so the acceptor is the same, the donor is different, and we generate very different property. In this case, we get this AIE, the TADF, we use it for photodynamic therapy and very good for imaging. In this case, it is not useful for photodynamic therapy in both the cases. So small change in this aspect, you get a very different property. Another unique thing is, here we also are able to get some amount of this room temperature phosphorescence, which is again very challenging, and we are using it for a lot of applications, especially ROS generation, and just by shining white light. Usually, you need a specific kind of light also, and again, we have used it for multiple kinds of cells, both the HEK293 and the MCF7 cells to show the properties. And so we introduce this into the cell, we shine light, and in the presence of the light, you can see that there is a lot of killing of this, the cells. So this is very important. Whereas in the absence of light, the killing is very less. So that is where the light plays a very important role. The second system, Nasima had done the earlier work with the perolenimide, you have the naphthalenimide.
Sorry to intervene.
Yeah, it is going to end very soon. I have just one more example. So here you have 6 systems, and all of them we change the functionality here. You have only hydrogen here, you have phenyl group here, you have aniline group here, you have aniline with dimethyl, and then the phenyl, and we increase the number of phenyl. And as we do that, the lot of optical properties changes. I will not go into the detail now, but very interesting thing. You can see the color that are shown here are exactly the color that this molecule generates. So you go from a 399 nanometer to almost 604 nanometer. and huge change in optical properties and in a lot of different applications. In fact, the fluorescence quantum yield we go up to 0.99, which is the highest as such in this series of molecules. So very high quantum yields in aqueous media. I'll skip the applications in this, again the cell thing, and this is the very interesting part which I showed through space. So the same molecule that I showed, and we have a simple connection here. So you have this molecule, you have the phenyl, and you also have the second thing, it's like a bridging or a twisted molecule, and it forms crystals, self-assembled crystals also. It also forms co-crystals with different kinds of acceptors. You have the donor, you have different kinds of acceptors. In this case, you have all the hydrogens replaced by all the fluorides here. In this case, you have 2 cyanides and 4 fluorides, and so you have 2 types of co-crystals that form with the same molecule. But interestingly, in this case, when you have this tetracyano, this phenyl molecule, we get very interesting result. In this case, the entire here is a trans configuration, but when it forms a co-crystal with this, this is what was very interesting. It forms a cis configuration, and this is very unusual. Even if I want to force it in a solid state, it is not possible. So everything happens at room temperature. We can stabilize these crystals, and all the properties of these molecules are completely different from all other molecules. In this case, we also see TADA, we see RTP, everything, and very unique behavior. So you can see that I'll just focus on this because of the lack of time. Only in that co-crystal, you see the lifetime and all is very high compared to everything else. So optical properties, the behavior, the mechanochromic properties, so you can grind the crystals, you leave it, and you bring it together, you just shake it together, you will again get the crystal. The formation of the crystals, and going back to the non-crystalline state is also possible very easily. So you can reproduce these crystals very quickly. Okay, we have again done the optical wave guiding. Again, we are getting very good results with them. Again, I'll skip this. One last example on sensing that I'll give. So we have again made co-crystals of the similar molecules with an additional molecule. So we have 3 different kinds of molecule. We get multiple crystals with this. We form a co-crystal with this, and again this molecule, as you see, it's completely black. Okay, and whenever a material is black, you should understand that they can absorb all kinds of dyes or any kind of light. So we used it to interact with a lot of different kinds of dyes, and what we saw is we can make a very nice device, and the device is made in a very simple way. We get these crystals, we put it on the this thing, a glass slide, and we take it to the source. You can see that I've shown only with one example, the methylene blue. Now you see the peak, and when you interact with that, we get very high enhancement. The highest enhancement reported, the peak enhancement is around 10 to the power 9, and the sensitivity is 10 to the power minus 13. So it's a very high the limit of detection and enhancement factor that we see with this kind of source detection. These co-crystals also have applications in wave guiding, okay, in cancer biology, in sensors. So a lot of different applications are possible with this. I'll skip this with lack of time. I'm stopping this. This is unpublished work actually. In this case we have avoided the animal work. We do directly in the eggs now, and this system also works very nicely in the growing eggs, fertilized eggs. I'll not again go through the summary. So as such, you can develop materials, and as I told you, these bridging molecules or the way you connect these molecules are really very important in generating not just new molecules, but also applications that you can think in optoelectronics or in the healthcare segment. Okay, so very interesting properties. You can combine them with a lot of different polymers and make films, and processing is very easy, and definitely you can see that you can directly go to designing to applications. And as I told you, this audience probably is a combined audience. There is a lot of opportunity for collaboration and see how we can apply them. So before I end, I would like to thank my collaborators, Professor Ghosh, Professor Sachin Kumar, Professor Bithya, and Professor Kali Shankar. So Kali Shankar is a theoretician. These 3 are from the healthcare and the biology sector. He is a veterinary doctor. We collaborate with all these groups. Dr. Rajamalli is in IISc now, but she was a postdoc with Ellie working in St. Andrews. So we did some initial work with them. And Dr. Chandrasekhar, he does the waveguide work for us. This is my present group. In fact, 4 students have already graduated from this also. And in one of the gatherings we had, and I could show the work of these 5 students today. He is working in Japan as of now. He is working in another lab. She is also working in China, and they are in the verge of completion. So that's all from me. Thank you very much. Thank you again, Dr. Mishra, and thank you all. I know it's lunch time. I hope I did not take too much time.
Professor Iyer. Now we are running short of time, so I'll take only 2 questions from the audience. So if anybody is having any query, please raise your hand. I think I've seen him at first. So.
Thank you, sir. Very nice talk. I just have one question regarding that the chart paper. Like you have shown 2 different systems. One is the phosphorescence, and another is that that triplet state can go back to the singlet state. So for the PDT application, basically you need to generate
Ross.
singlet oxygen.
Yes.
So that can happen only from the triplet state, because the extra energy transfer from the triplet state to singlet of oxygen, it will produce oxygen to the produce the singlet oxygen.
Yes.
So in this case, if you do this kind of you generate this kind of system that where it will go back to finally the singlet state, then how it will help for your PDT application?
So I did not have time to explain this part. In this, so we have molecules, which show both type 1 and type 2 the Ross generation. So in fact, the whole paper, this paper is focused on this, the photoreduced catalysis. I've written somewhere type 1 and type 2. So in this we have shown, why it is, how we can generate type 1 or type 2, where the Ross is very important. We have also shown the mechanism of, generation. Okay. So it's a good question, very important, like not all fluorescent molecules are able to generate that.
We can take one more question quickly.
Here.
Thank you, Professor. That your talk is fantastic.
Thank you.
And I have one question regarding TADF, that thermally activated
delayed
fluorescence. So just I have one question, that you shown that, that whatever the fluorescence is coming, that is the room temperature, or just you have vary the temperature, means?
No, it is at room temperature.
So
everything, all the studies are done at room temperature.
So how you know that that is the TADF, not some
Yes.
other fluorescence?
So that is where I told, it's confirmation. So we get the values from our experimental thing. We also do the theoretical thing. So we know, so we have sort of an idea that this combination is likely to give the delta EST value. Okay, so sometimes it goes beyond also. In fact, the examples which are going below 0.2 I have not shown here. Okay, there are a lot of molecules. In fact, even in this, here none of them show sort of TADF. So delta EST values are quite high. Okay.
So I think we need to now close this session because lunch is waiting for all of us. So, yes. So before we formally close, I think it's time to give an honor to the speaker of this particular session. So should I?
I request you, Professor K.P. Mishra, to facilitate our speaker with the momentum.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Beautiful. Congratulations to you all.
So now you all are invited for lunch, I think. Dr. Saurabh will announce.
Thank you everyone. So the lunch will be at the lecture hall complex, first floor on the lecture hall complex. You can just go right hand side, and there is a building called lecture hall complex. On the first floor of that lecture hall complex, there will be the lunch. You all must be having coupons with you, so you can use that for the lunch. Please come back at 2:30 for the next session. We are slightly delayed, so please come back at 2:30. Thank you.
familiar with some basic characteristics of waves. In last some month before, you see there is a iron dome. Iron dome, how its work, how energy concentrate from a large area to a pinpoint area, and loss of such a concentrated energy that a drone or missiles can be destroyed. All the phenomena behind this, the wave is working, and there is some basic characteristics of a wave. I want to share with you that one question is that, does the medium moves one place to another place? No. Only and only energy can transfer. When wave propagated in a medium, then medium is still there, but energy from one point to another point transmitted, it is only and only because of the waves. It's a simple characteristics. What actually moves through the medium, it is only energy. Less energy carried by the waves if waves has small amplitudes. If waves has larger amplitude, it can carry maximum energy. There are three diagrams you can see. The lowest one, its amplitude is higher than the topper one. Topper one example, or GI says less energy because its amplitude is low as compared to the third. That is a wave impulse. There is a pinpoint, you can see this one, and there are different type of waves: longitudinal and transverse, disturbance along propagation or in the direction of propagations. These waves distributed in two types of wave, longitudinal and transverse type of waves. And it is another attribute to calculate the time of periodic times. And it is one of the most important phenomena, reflection and refractions of wave. According to reflection or refractions of wave, we can calculate each and every attributes of the waves which carry. And now, up to this, seismic waves are the waves those generated inside the earth. If you see, earth has three layers. According to geographer, or you can see from the standard of your 9th or 10th, there is a lithosphere, crust, and core areas. Most probably there are three stages, three partitions of the earth. Seismic waves are the wave which travels through the earth, other elastic bodies, for example, as a result an earthquake, explosion, and some other processes. Body waves are the waves those travel inside the earth. Surface wave are the waves those lie on the surface of the earth. Some waves travels inside, some waves travels on the surface. It is another attributes. If you confine your attention toward the particle, which is the black particle, it's a behavior of wave, how wave propagate. That is the propagation direction. Direction of propagation, suppose x-axis, according to this figure, z-axis is toward the depth, it is a p wave. A particle move in the direction of a propagation. This one is a particle, but after passing through the waves, the particle situated at its previous position. That means particle cannot move, but energy transmitted from one point to another point. That is the behavior or one most important attributes of primary waves. That is S wave, secondary waves. According to theory, secondary wave is the wave that energy transmitted in the perpendicular direction of propagation, you can see this one. This particle, after crossing the waves, direction of propagation is x-axis, but the particle move vertically up and down. That is, this particle carry the energy from vertical direction, that is perpendicular direction of propagation. Propagation moment perpendicular to the direction, or this kind of wave is not valid or not propagate in fluid or gases. There are main attributes of a waves. When it passes through the medium play a very important role. So I want to share with you characteristics of waves and characteristics of medium. When a wave passes through the medium, then some attributes of medium carry forward by the waves. That is relay waves. Relay waves is also a type of secondary waves. In these waves, the particle move like a elliptic behavior. Elliptic path follows, but on the surface of the mediums. Relay waves characterized elliptic motion or amplitude of relay wave decay with depth. When we go to inside the earth, the relay waves amplitudes, that is major axis or minor axis of an ellipse, becomes smaller and smaller. Another important wave is love wave. It creates very high disturbance in case of earthquake, because it's a motion of energy that is perpendicular to propagation of direction as well as perpendicular to the depth also. A particle, you can see the motion of such a particle, or you can say energy, that is perpendicular to this propagation direction as well as perpendicular to the z-axis also. It is very dangerous, but this wave cannot generated on the surface. For the generation of the love wave, there should be some layer. After a depth of a particular layer, it can only be possible to generate. Next important role is medium. Solid medium, liquid, porous, isotropic. Lot of mediums, you are familiar with them, but important medium is there, piezoelectric mediums. What is piezoelectric mediums? Electrical students know very well. When a medium can press or release the force, then it create electrons. You can say this one. This diagram indicated piezoelectric medium. This one is the diagram of porous medium. When waves travel from one medium to another medium, then it should reflect or refract due to change of density. Isothermal mediums and homogeneous mediums. Homogeneous medium, those medium, all type of characteristics of the medium surrounding a point are the same, that is free from all directions. How we analysis and what is the main application of waves? Due to basic knowledge inside the previous slide, I recommended that you should have a little knowledge of a vector, tensor. After that, there is a equation of equilibrium. Every body follows the Newton's law of motion, Newton's law of statistics. They are called governing equations. Equation of equilibrium is tau ij comma j equal to 0. That is the tensor equation. Tau ij represent stresses in a body. When body is elastic, there should be a stress as well as strain. Comma j, that means derivative with respect to the xj axis. Next equation is equation of motion. These are the governing equations which I used. It's a Hooke's law, Robert Hooke's, and governing Navier-Stokes equation, Beltrami-Michel condition of compatibility. These are standard developed equations, and stress relations, strain relations are different from different medium. They are specified in labs. There are some classical theory for coupled thermoelastic theories. There is some relationship between stress, strain plus temperature also. That equation number 1.1 you can say. temperature T. There are another equations. It is my work I want to share with you that the constitute equations of governing behavior of piezo thermoelastic material. These are the governing equations. I calculated these equations with my models, that is 1.2 and 1.1, that is memory dependent kernel. Memory dependent kernel means that kernel calculate the or remind the stage of just previous memory dependent. These are mathematical calculations, just 1 minute or 2 minutes. It is not only mathematics, it is calculated by someone, either by me or some of my students. It is a very long calculations that confine in a short PPT, and with the help of MATLABs, all the calculation I have published more than 27 papers in 24 and 8 papers in 25, in 23, 14 papers, only and only because I choose a topic, wave propagate in different mediums, and what the behavior wave carry from one medium to another medium, what is the role of energy to carry out it. Main important thing is behavior of energy. One of the reflection of time harmonic thermoelastic wave in an initial stress non-local fiber reinforced orthotropic composite under DPL theory. Another paper in 25 and 25 list of papers, but I cited 6 or 7 papers here only. Now, there is also a recently worked, it is a new work, if you want to see it, Journal of High Energy Astrophysics. It is very important related to cosmology. One of the recently I published this one. If you have little bit interest in attributes of wave, behavior of waves and medium, then I always invite you to join my group, to join Dr. Ashish group. There is a lot of scope. Each and every subject, each and every material technology without knowledge of waves is not very fruitful. It may be produce number of papers, but the relevant or highly impactful for society if you do some work with the wave propagations. Due to these papers, I received a paper as well as Best Research Award from Governor of Haryana, as well as Excellence Award from Education Minister of Haryana due to these papers and these of my teams. Thank you. Due to time constraints and due to maybe possible, some of people are not interested, some are interested in my topic. If any question, okay, thank you. One thing I want to share with you that one of the university in South Africa, there is a message on the entrance gate of the university. I want to please confine your attention and read it. It is very important to each and everyone. Those are teachers, students, researcher, scientists, nanotechnologists. We all are responsible for this one to build up the nation. Please give your contribution according to your choice. I think everybody read it. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, sir, for this insightful talk on mathematical modeling of wave propagation. Now I request Dr. Nitesh Podar to give a token of remembrance to Dr. M.S. Badak. पासवर्ड पता आपको? चल गया। In this session, our next speaker is Dr. Abhishek Saha. Dr. Abhishek Saha is a scientist in the Catalysis and Inorganic Chemistry Division at CSIR NCL, Pune, India. His research area centered on the catalysis and inorganic chemistry with emphasis on the design, synthesis, and mechanistic understanding of functional catalyst and inorganic material for chemical transformation of academic and industrial relevance. Dr. Saha has contributed to peer-reviewed publications and collaborative research programs, advancing both fundamental insights and application-oriented solutions. Through his scientific work and interdisciplinary engagement, he plays a meaningful role in strengthening catalysis and inorganic chemistry research at national and international level. So now I welcome you, sir, to deliver your talk.
So, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. So, I would like to thank first Professor Ashish for the kind introduction, and also the organizing committee for inviting me to giving me this opportunity to present here. So, I would like to know, like, how many of you are from the chemistry still, like, okay. Okay, so there are still some chemistry people, because I thought like it's like a mixed mathematics and chemistry. So it's post lunch. Maybe you will get bored and sleep in my talk, but that is okay. So basically, I used to work with the carbon dot materials. So basically, you all I think there are some people who already work in carbon dots here, Professor Ganguly and Professor Jana, so they already know all these things. But just for introduction, it's like a made of carbon, zero-dimensional materials, and it has like unique property, like a photoluminescence property, and also tunable charge transfer. So it can be used for photocatalysis and also for photoluminescence sensing. But I would like to put your attention to this, like if there are three, four different types of carbon dots. One of the thing that we are interested in the crystallinity. So like for the one that work with let's say photoluminescence sensing, those kind of high quantum field materials. In the previous speaker, like Professor Iyer also talked about photoluminescence material for photodynamic therapy. So we are not interested in that kind of application. So we are interested in the charge transfer. Like after light illumination, instead of like a recombination, it should we are not looking for a highly fluorescent material. We are looking for something like photoredox catalytic property. So for that, we are interested to make a material which is crystalline. So like a graphitic quantum dot materials. So in our understanding, when you make like a amorphous polymeric quantum dots, that will be more like a applicable for photoluminescence sensing. But when you do like a graphitic carbon dot materials, that will be more suitable for photoredox properties. So based on that, we are interested to make a material which is not maybe good at photoluminescence, but maybe good for photoredox properties. So basic like a carbon dot synthesis works like that way. So first you take a carbon precursor, which is basically like a citric acid or let's say urea. So basically we work with these two materials only. So you take it like mix it in two different precursor, and then you like heat it up. So in our case, we don't want to add any solvents, because as we understand that when you add some kind of water or kind of solvothermal synthesis, you will get highly fluorescent materials. But when you don't add any water, then you will get some kind of crystalline materials. So basically you can see here that the carbon dot synthesis works like this way. So first there will be some kind of a, like if you heat it at a, like a, in a furnace or something, in a microwave reactor, so you will get some kind of a, like a polymeric condensation from that citric acid and the urea. So finally you will get like some kind of a graphitic quantum dot, which will have like a carbon nitride kind of feature, and also some kind of graphitic nature. So that graphitic nature can be confirmed by the XRD, like I'll show later. So basically why we are using it, because it gives us kind of a photoredox catalytic properties, and also it has like a save us a lot of time, because if you do it in synthesis in water, then you have to also remove the like a water part. You have to take like a there is a problem how to remove that quantum dot, carbon quantum dot from the water system. So people do some kind of freeze drying technique, but in this case, since we are not adding any solvent, so that helps us for the like a post purification process. So basically we take for the carbon source citric acid, and for the nitrogen source we take like a two different nitrogen source, most likely like urea or thiourea, and then we get this kind of, we do like microwave reaction. So our temperature varies, sometimes it is like 200 to 300 degrees centigrade, and we end up with a like some like a black powder. So that black powder has we have done some optical properties. So we can see like this has some like n pi star and pi star transition. So that is like typical features. But then also it has some photoluminescence, because those are photoluminescence are still coming from that molecular fluorophores that on the surface, that surface states. So but the main thing we are interested in like a lifetime and the crystallinity. So we can see that it has a lifetime of 7.3 nanosecond, quite high lifetime. So that gives us that it's a kind of a semiconductor in nature. So another thing I also we studied is that whether it is crystalline or not. So if you take a like a carbon dot synthesis in a water system, and if you take it out and take a XRD, that will be like amorphous. But in our case, you can see it is like a kind of crystalline material. So this corresponds to the 002 plane, which is like interlayer spacing. And we also sometimes see this kind of a like in plane XRD structure. So overall, our size of the quantum dot is 4 to 6 nanometer, and at the beginning, we wanted to study how this quantum dot is useful for photoredox, simple photoredox reactions. So we have done also the XPS spectroscopy to understand what are the materials there, what is the like a oxidation state of the carbon. So basically, we see mostly graphitic carbon, and also some oxidized C double bond O's, carboxylic acid groups are also present at the surface. And the nitrogen also show that pyrrolic and pyridinic nitrogen peak from the XPS. So basically, this pyrrolic nitrogen is coming from the 5-member ring, and the pyridinic is from the 6-member ring. So we got like a kind of a good, let's say, crystalline quantum dots, carbon quantum dots. So then we want to study that photoredox property. So how, so the previous, like Professor Iyer showed, like they also done some kind of photoredox property. So here we want to use a LED light and we want to add a molecule like which is called methyl halogen. And this methyl halogen has a good property because once it accepts the electron from a, let's say any material, it turns blue. So we can easily study it in a normal spectroscopy, UVB spectroscopy. So what we studied here, that we illuminate with a LED, different wavelength LED, and we see that whether it turns blue, and we measure the spectra of that. So basically what happens that is our carbon dot is like a semiconductor in nature. So when you illuminate the light at like a different wavelength, so electron hole separation happens, and then the hole can go in presence of EDTS. You also use some kind of hole scavenger, and the electron can goes to the let's say methyl halogen, and then it turns blue. So we can study by spectroscopy the kinetics, how fast this this blue color can happen. So as we use two different kinds of quantum dot, one is like a urea based nitrogen doped quantum dot, one is thiourea based quantum dot. So we understood that when you have a urea based quantum dot with a 1:3 ratio, that has a better formation of methyl halogen. So this gives us idea that this combination works better, like if you use citric acid and urea in 1:3 combination, and like if you do microwave synthesis or any like a solid state synthesis, that will give us a better photoredox properties. So next we move to another direction, like we understood that if you use nitrogen doped carbon quantum dot, that may have a better activity. But if you want to go for longer wavelength, like biological applications, you need to go for the NIR infrared region. So like Professor Iyer also said that we want to push beyond the NIR region so that it can be applicable for biological applications. So for that purpose, we studied that if you use a sulfur doped quantum dot, that could be better for this kind of a longer wavelength studies. So basically what happened that when you have a nitrogen quantum dot, then it has a larger band gap. But when you have a sulfur doped quantum dot, so it will have a lower like a pi state, so it will have a lower band gap. So that can be useful, like if you, for example, if nitrogen quantum dot works for like a 300 to 400 nanometer LED, so that sulfur doped quantum dot can be useful for like a 500 to 600 nanometer LEDs. So that we have studied here basically. So if you use a longer wavelength LED, you will see we use also here a different kind of a chromogenic substrate which is called TMB. It is used in biological applications. So basically this also in presence of a hydroxyl group or any ROS species, it turns blue. So we also studied this simple reaction, like how this molecule turns blue in presence of a quantum dot and different wavelength LED. So what we observe that when you have a sulfur doped materials, sulfur doped quantum dots, if you go for higher wavelength, then sulfur doped materials are better with respect to the nitrogen doped quantum dots. So then what we have proposed that how this this quantum dot forming this ROS species. So we used different scavenger materials. So benzoquinone as a superoxide radical scavenger, EDT as a hole scavenger, COCl2 as the electron scavenger. So we observed that in presence of COCO2, this electrons it's like most effective. So from there we observed that this like electron transfer property to the oxygen. So superoxide radical species are generating. Those are the ROS species which is responsible for the TMB oxidation. So here this Michaelis Menten curve also measured for this like a maximum initial velocity and so on. And then we went to our collaborator in in Naipar Mohali, so to study that this ROS species can be useful for like antimicrobial application in presence of LED illumination. So this is illuminated by 525 nanometer LED. So I also don't understand much of it, but what we understand that this is the one which has carbon dot and LED. So here the less bacterial growth happened. So there also you can see the different concentration of sulfur doped quantum dot are used. So here in presence of a control experiment, there that antibacterial E. coli growth is less. So this can show that a proof of concept that this quantum dot can be useful for a longer wavelength like a ROS species generation. So next we use a similar this kind of quantum dot for a photocatalytic applications. So for photocatalytic like a water purification application. So basically what happens, it's also the same concept that in presence of light, whether it can generate ROS species. So in photocatalysis experiment, if you have a semiconductor, then this electron hole separation happens, and then it can recombine. But if you have used this kind of a quantum carbon dot in presence of another semiconductor, for example, here we use zinc ferrite materials, which is a visible light quantum dot, then we can have a charge separation, and then we can generate this kind of a superoxide species or hydroxyl radical, which can be useful for driving this like any pollutant degradation. So this is the process basically for photocatalytic like water purification. So we have observed that in in normal natural Indian natural water, one of the most present antibiotic is ciprofloxacin. So this is the ciprofloxacin concentration is most highest in the, as an antibiotic because of the prevalent use of this antibiotic. So we wanted to see whether we can use this carbon dot based quantum like a semiconductor materials for a ciprofloxacin degradation. So this is the general idea, like we prepare the quantum dot, and also we prepare same microwave synthesis for this zinc ferrite materials, which is a visible light, visible active semiconductor. And we observe like a spinel kind of structure for this zinc ferrite materials. And here we have observed that this is also, again, we are getting a like a crystalline crystalline structure for this quantum dot, and we combine it with the zinc ferrite materials. And we don't see much of that quantum dot structure because we have done like different loading, 10%, 20%, so on. So here we have observed that band gap is kind of reducing when you are adding this quantum dot. So basically that means that this introduction of the carbon dot into the zinc ferrite structure kind of creates a interband gap states. So after we have used this for this ciprofloxacin degradation, so we can use a simple UV spectroscopy to see whether it is degrading or not. So we can see that at 272 nanometer, this ciprofloxacin has a peak, and after like a 3 hour, we can see like around 80% degradation when you have a 20% loading. So it is much better than the only zinc ferrite materials. So so as you can see here, that around 80% degradation is happening in presence of the 20% loading, and if you have only ciprofloxacin and light, that is like 18%. So one thing I want to point out, these are like visible light, so it is not like UV light. So if you use a UV light, it is possible that ciprofloxacin can degrade itself. Suppose if you take ciprofloxacin in like sunlight, you will see like some degradation sometimes. Okay. So this is the mechanism. So again, we have done the scavenger studies that use different scavengers. So silver nitrate is an electron scavenger, benzoquinone is a like a superoxide radical scavenger, IPA is like a different scavenger. So what we observe that in presence of EDTA, which is a whole scavenger, it has a decline in activity. So which tells us that when you have a ciprofloxacin, it is like directly absorbed on the surface of the zinc ferrites, and it is abstracting the holes from the surface. So when you have some kind of hole scavenger, then this activity it's prevented. So that's why we are getting less reactivity. So with that, we move to this is the conclusion of first three work. So basically, we have shown that solid state microwave synthesis is like good for photoredox properties, and also when you have nitrogen doped system, it will good for a charge transfer property. But sulfur doped system is also useful for extending the visible light activity towards 500 to 600 nanometer. And also we have shown that if you use it with a semiconductor, for example, like a zinc ferrite, it can be useful for antibiotic degradation in presence of light. So later we move to another work. So this is like for photocatalytic hydrogen production. Okay, so I have like 2 minutes, I will conclude it. So basically we take this concept further, and we want to dope it with a metal, with the PD and nickel, and dope it to the titania. And also we want to see that whether we can use photocatalytic hydrogen production. So we want to replace the oxygen evolution with a glycerol, because OER is a complicated process. So if you can use a biomass, that can give us a good feedstock materials, and also glycerol to this C1, C3 oxygenates, whatever the oxidized product, that is more valuable than oxygen. So whether we can this concept can work. So again, we have done this synthesis, and in this case, we didn't do slurry type photocatalysis. We drop cast it in a glass plate. So because this is a more scalable, so it has more value than a slurry type photocatalysis if you want to go for the scale up process. So here, just to skip this XRD, again we are seeing the crystalline quantum dot. So just to show that the palladium and nickel dope CD we have used, and when you introduce that to P25 titania, because this is one of the best material for photocatalytic activity, we don't see any change in the morphology when you introduce PDCD. And this is like a metal doped carbon dots, and we use very low amount, like 1% of the PDCD into the titania. And this thickness of the material is like around 4 micron of this thin film. And we have observed like also a similar change, no change in the band gap, but photocurrent is increased when you used a palladium doped CD into the titania instead of the nickel doped CD and cadmium doped CD. So basically, we are interested in a direct sunlight reaction and one sun condition. So we have observed like a quite good like a hydrogen yield in presence of a direct sunlight, better than the one sun condition. And also we have done like a longer hour reaction, like 25 hours illumination. So here you can see we have analyzed that whatever the oxidized product, we have also analyzed it out of glycerol. So we have observed like a mostly this glycoaldehyde, what we are getting, and corresponding hydrogen yield for the 25 hours also is recorded. So basically it is like a like water oxidation with a biomass, like a hydrogen production with a glycerol oxidation. So selectivity was quite good for the like PDCD titania for this glycoaldehyde like a product. So basically we understood that product from the HNMR spectroscopy, and this is the final mechanism where we can see that basically this, as I said, that we are interested in the carbon dot as a semiconductor material, so crystalline material. So here both are acting as a like light absorption, but since this is a lower band gap semiconductor, so it is acts as a photosensitizer, and finally the electrons are going to the palladium, and then it helps to reduce the proton to hydrogen. And on the other hand, instead of a water oxidation, we are getting like a CO1 to C3 oxygenates, in this case mostly formic acid and like a glycoaldehyde out of the glycerol oxidation. So you can replace the OER because it's a kinetically sluggish reaction. So this is final conclusion of this part. So basically we have observed that if you add this metal of CD to the titanium materials, so it can be useful for hydrogen production and coupled with a glycerol oxidation material. And we have observed best activity for the palladium CD, although we have used very less amount of palladium into that palladium doped carbon dot materials, and better activity for the glycoaldehyde. So this demonstrates that a good like a scalability for the hydrogen production and coupled with the biomass oxidation. So yeah, so this is my like a collaborators, Dr. C. Raje and Professor Arindam Indra, and Professor Dr. C.S. Gopinath from IIT Palakkad, and these are the students who has done the work. So before I was in CSR, CSIO, later I moved to NCL. So Athira has done that last work in the CSR NCL, and thank you all for your kind attention.
Thank you, Dr. Abhishek, for such a wonderful and insightful talk on catalysis and inorganic chemistry. Now I request Dr. Nitesh Podar to give a token of remembrance to the speaker. Now in this session, third speaker is Dr. Ashok Kumar, associated with All India Institute of Medical Sciences with expertise spanning medical sciences, biomedical research and clinical applications. He had been actively involved in research, teaching and healthcare related academic activities, contributing to the advancement of teaching and health evidence-based medical practice and interdisciplinary biomedical research. Dr. Kumar has participated in collaborative research initiative and scholarly publications supporting translational research aimed at improving diagnostics, therapeutic and patient care. Through his professional and academic engagement, he continued to contribute meaningfully to medical education and healthcare research in India. We welcome you, sir.
Dr. Ashish, yeah. इसमें pointer है क्या?
Yes, sir, pointer.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. So thank you, Dr. Ashish, for the brief introduction, and I would like to thank the organizing committee for giving me this opportunity to present my work.
So all the like previous speakers have in chemistry on the on the molecules, so not just about the cancer aspect. So today, this my talk will be on the cancer. Before going on to the silk alginate model, my research area has been on the lipids that are sphingosine 1-phosphate, which is like a belong to the sphingolipid family. And sphingolipids are basically they are present in the plasma, lymph, in all the cells. The sphingolipids they are present, including in the plants and in the microorganisms, and they are highly conserved throughout evolution. So like this is their parent molecule. So after like addition of one fatty acid, it can form ceramide, or after phosphorylation, it forms the sphingosine 1-phosphate. And the higher order molecules like sphingomyelin and glycosphingolipids, they are the structural lipids, whereas the ceramide and sphingosine 1-phosphate, they are very potent signaling molecules. And once they bind to their receptors, like G protein coupled receptors are there, they induces lot of signal transduction, and they are involved in the cell proliferation, invasion, angiogenesis, contributes to drug resistance, even the immune invasion, some metabolic programming. So this is like in the cell, any signaling molecule is there, it is very tightly regulated. So its levels are regulated by basically 8 enzymes. So two are like these are 5 phosphatases are there, and 2 kinases. These are involved in the synthesis, and these are involved in their catabolic activity. And S1P lyase is involved in the degradation. So that's why it maintains this molecule sphingosine 1-phosphate. So we have done a lot of like computational work, and we have analyzed the prognostic role. We have done the TCGA data analysis in variety of cancers. So in case of lung cancer, like we have found this 2 molecule, this sphingosine 1-phosphatases and this lipid phosphate phosphatases, basically these 5 molecules, and these levels are down regulated in lung cancer. And when the patients, we take the patient and divide into 2 categories, like patients with the high expression and low expression. So patients with high expression have better prognostic, and patients with low expression of these molecules, like these enzymes PLPP1, PLPP3 and SGPP, they have poor prognosis, so they do not survive for like long time. So and this is kind of specific to the like lung adenocarcinoma. Basically, if we take the lung cancer, it is divided into adenocarcinoma or like a squamous cell carcinoma. So if we take like these molecules, we have even found a panel of prognostic markers, a panel of 6 prognostic markers. These are the markers are noted here. So if we take combine plot the survival curve of these patients, so patients with high expression, they have better prognostic features, and the patients with low expression, they do not survive much. But this is specific to lung adenocarcinoma, but not for the squamous cell carcinoma. Similar this role we also found in the breast cancer, like 2 enzymes SGPP1 and LPPP3. Their levels are degraded like less in the tumors compared to the normal tissue, normal breast tissue, and they also exhibit this prognostic value, and even the different subtypes of prognostic cancer. There are breast cancer, like basically 4 subtypes are there: luminal A, luminal B, HER2 and basal. Even in the all subtypes, their prognostic role is there. So now my major interest has been on the oral cancer. So oral cancer is like it is most common form of head and neck cancer, and it is one of the most common cancer in Indian men. And one of the type is oral squamous cell carcinoma, and this is associated with alarmingly high mortality rate. And the problem is that 50%, whatever the 50% of patients that they are diagnosed with the oral cancer, they exhibit the recurrence and also have shows the drug resistance. So there is a need to look for some better newer drugs to overcome this drug resistance and overcome this recurrence. And that the pathway, that sphingosine 1-phosphate signaling pathways that I mentioned, it plays a crucial role in the various aspects of carcinogenesis, including drug resistance. So we have done like studies on this oral cancer patients. We enrolled the patient, took the tumors and the normal adjacent tissue, and analyzed the mRNA expression of these S1P metabolizing enzymes, and we found that kinase 1, this is like an enzyme involved in the synthesis of S1P, is upregulated, whereas the molecules involved in the degradation, they are downregulated, like LPP3. So basically S1P signaling is like that promotes the oral carcinogenesis. This we also confirmed by the immunohistochemistry that from the tumor tissue collected from the oral cancer patients. So now that overall that says that S1P signaling is very involved in the carcinogenesis. So we want to target. So what could be the like some inhibitors involving various S1P receptors or kinases that are involved in the S1P synthesis and signaling. So nowadays, there is a trend, like earlier we used to like culture cells in the 2D. Now the trend is towards the 3D. And that earlier we also used lot animal models. I have also used very like lot of transgenic and kinase like knockout models. But there is a focus on to reduce the usage of animal and use the 3D tumoroid model or organoid models. So in this one, like people use that the various platforms are there. One platform is like you take the cells and just grow in suspension. They will form the like spheroid, or they will form organoid. Or we can use some kind of material to support the culture in the 3D, that are scaffold culture, like in the 3D scaffold material. Or we can use the hybrid models on some organ on a chip. For using the 3D scaffold, Matrigel, I think that people work on the cancer, they all know that Matrigel is like very commonly used material. But this material used for the 3D culture also for the xenograft studies. The Matrigel comes from the mouse sarcoma. This is like a secretory material from mouse sarcoma. And there are several limitations are there with the Matrigel or hydrogel, because it is undefined and variable composition. It comes from the animal origin because it's from mouse sarcoma. Some genogenic contaminations are there, and so that can induce the immune response. And they have limited tunability, so they have fixed stiffness is there. And the tumors from the different cancers like breast cancer, lung cancer, well, they have different stiffness is there, and those properties are there. So Matrigel are very difficult to modify. And there are some lot of growth factors also present in the Matrigels, and they interfere with the mechanistic studies. Many times it is not known like whether effect is coming from our molecule of interest or coming from the Matrigel. And for Indian context, Matrigel is very expensive. If you buy 1 ml of Matrigel, it will cost 30,000-40,000. So it's like very expensive for large scale applications. So there is a need for look for the alternative scaffold material for these 3D models. So we have developed a like silk alginate 3D scaffold system for drug screening. So in this one, we have to isolate silk fibrin protein from the cocoon. So we have isolated this fibrin protein from the cocoon and purified using this method. And then we cross-link with the alginate. That's a polysaccharide, so that's a very hydrophilic. So we cross-link with the alginate and forms this porous structure silk alginate scaffolds. And then we have characterized by various methods like SAM, FTIR, and then we have performed cell proliferation studies and performed the gene expression analysis. So this is like the morphological characterization of silk alginate scaffolds. The structure look like this, that we make this do the lyophilization in the falcon tubes, and then this cross-sectional structure look like this, and then these are microscopic images, and this is highly porous, and then average diameter of this pores is more than 300 micron. So these are same images of empty scaffold without any like growing these cells. So there's a lot of spaces is there for supporting this cell culture. We also perform also characterizing the FTIR that shows that cross-linking of silk and fibron protein will the alginate forming the structures here. And that swelling, because this material should able to absorb the media to support the growth of the cells, so it should have hydrophilic, so we perform the swelling kinetics. So these scaffolds, they absorb maximum water within 2 to 4 minutes, and then maximum water like this absorption is there up to 20 minutes. So these are good, like swelling kinetics is there. And then we grow the cells, like we took the, because I'm working on the oral cancer, so we took the 2 cell lines, SCC9 and SCC25. These are the oral squamous cell carcinoma cell line, and we cultured them on the scaffold for various time, and then we took these same images after 9 days, and you can look you can see the empty structure if you remember, and these are the cells with the, like on the scaffold, they form those tumoroid kind of structures. So they form 3D structures are formed. And then we perform the growth MTT assays, and we culture the cells for different period of time in the scaffold. So this is like, you can see the cell growth is there in the function of time, that this absorbance increases up to 9 days. So this was the good cytocompatibility is there in this system. And then because when we culture the cells in the 2D and 3D, there are some gene expression differences there, and some signaling gets modified. So we looked at we analyzed the expression of S1P metabolizing enzymes that were a pathway of interest, and also this drug efflux transporters ABCC1, ABCC5, they are involved in the drug transport. So we compared with the 2D and in the 3D, so we can see that kinase 2 expression is very high, and PLPP2. These are the 2 important S1P metabolizing enzymes. So we also looked at the EMT transition markers, like this this ANGPTL2 was increased, and the fibronectin, and also stem cell markers. When cells are cultured in 3D, they show some stem cell-like properties. So next, coming to because the drug screening, we screen selected molecules of S1P metabolism, this signaling pathway. This FTY720 is one of the like functional antagonist of S1P receptors, and this K145, this is an inhibitor of kinase 2. This is for kinase 1, and this is inhibitor for both the molecules involved in the S1P synthesis. And this KI16, this is an inhibitor of lysophosphatidic acid receptors. So we have performed a lot of studies. I'm showing on the only that optimized result. We have done a lot of studies in this one. As you can see here, that FTY720 shows the good synergistic effect with the 5-fluorouracil and cisplatin. These 5-fluorouracil and cisplatin are the 2 commonly used drugs for the oral cancer. So this is in the 2D, and this is also in cells cultured in the 3D, and you can see the difference. The dose required to kill the cells in 3D is very high, because that due to diffusion, and so the efflux markers are increased. Here is 30 micromolar, and you can see this is 60 micromolar. So dose required to kill the cells in the 3-dimensional is very high compared to the cells cultured in 2D. So this shows the additive effect. And then coming this, our purpose was to overcome the chemo resistance, drug resistance. So we developed the 5-fluorouracil resistant cell lines. So this is a parent cell lines, and by using the dose escalation method, we developed this 5-fluorouracil resistance. So these cells are kind of quite resistant to 5-fluorouracil, and they also shows the change in morphology. And this was the almost 3-fold increase in the IC50, the drug resistant cell line, compared to the parent cell line. And we also analyzed those S1P metabolizing markers in this one compared to the parent cell line, and we found this similar increase as in the 3D system. and also increase in the EMT markers and in the stem cell markers. So when cells, these the resistant cells and the cells grown in the 3D, they shows like EMT transition as well as the shows the stem cell like properties. And when we develop this 5-fluororesistant cell line, then thymidine kinase 1 is a very important marker. If so, the resistant cell should show this thymidine kinase activity. So our cell shows the increase in the thymidine kinase. So now then we switch to the in the resistant cells. So 2D versus 3D. This our drug resistant cells also showed the FTY720 shows the chemosensitization effect, and along with this shows the additive effect. And along this similarly with the another inhibitor of this kinase 2, this also shows the additive effect. And then another tumor microenvironment, one of the fibroblast is the one of the important component. So we isolated cancer associated fibroblasts from the patients, because in the cells, not cancer cells are not only there, they have to grow with the fibroblasts. We characterize them using immunofluorescence. So these are the fibroblasts. And then we performed the co-culture studies. We took these grow the cells in the 3D and then added the that media, conditioned media from the fibroblast, and then also this analyze the expression of these markers. So they're also increase in the presence of the conditioned media of CAPS. And then also we perform the invasion studies, that in the presence of the conditioned media of CAPS, that shows the high invasion. And when we use the inhibitors, that particularly that FTY720, that shows the chemosensitization effect in the presence of conditioned media. So to summarize, that 3D bioengineered silk alginate scaffold shows the porous morphology, swelling behaviors, good cytocompatibility, and with both the two cell lines that we have tested for the oral cancer cells, and all our these inhibitors of either kinase 2 inhibitor or the functional inhibitor FTY720 shows the good chemosensitization effect. And so this importantly, this scaffold are we can store at 4 degree. They are much cheaper compared to Matrigel. So there is a good alternative for the drug screening studies, also doing for the making the 3D scaffolds. So this work was funded by ICMR, and also thank funding agencies, our collaborator, and now Dr. Rajiv, he has performed those in the computational studies. Here is a faculty here, associate professor here, and this is my group. And thank you all for patience listening.
Thank you, sir, for such a wonderful talk. And in mathematics, we generally search applications for our work, but for this work, there is no application required, directly associated with the society. So now I request Dr. Nitesh Podar to give a token of appreciation to our speaker, please. Our next speaker in this session is Dr. Brajesh Kumar Jha. He is currently working as Associate Professor in Department of Mathematics, PDEU, University Gandhinagar, Gujarat. He has more than 10 years of teaching and research experience. Dr. Jha has obtained his PhD in mathematics in 2013 from NIT Surat and MSc in 2007 from Jivaji University, Gwalior. So his research area includes mathematical modeling of calcium distribution in nerve cell, like neuron astrocytes under neurological conditions, study of psychological process with fractional differential equation and fuzzy differential equation ML approaches. He has organized successfully more than 10 academic events and serving as the editorial board member of various reputed journals. 5 PhD students awarded under his guidance, and currently he is supervising 3 PhD students. So we welcome you, sir. Please.
Sure. Okay. Hello, everyone. Today, I'm going to talk about title of my presentation is Computational Model to Analyze the Similarity of Cancerous DNA Sequences. This is new work that we have done in last 2-3 years. Apart from that, research area, that is, we talk about the mathematical neuroscience, bioinformatics and ML, that I am going to talk today. Fractional and fuzzy differential equation and its application to biosciences, and finite element modeling of calcium dynamics in nerve cells. So the first area that I have worked, that is the mathematical neuroscience. So I have given 15 minutes. So I will try to summarize in 15 minutes. So my today's presentation is divided into these two parts: biological sequence and the machine learning approach. I will try to finish one problem. So whenever we talk about, first of all, I am faculty of mathematics, not biologist. I am trying to do something here. So these topics I am not going to talk here. So once we talk about the bioinformatics, that is it is a part of multidisciplinary research that we can say. It is a combination of computation, mathematical models, statistical approach, and it is organized and interpreted for the biological data. So whenever we talk about the biological data, that is most typically we are talking about the DNA and the amino acid sequences. Earlier also major study has been done in bioinformatics, but later on, once the machine learning and AI comes, the scenario is changing. So the similarity sequence is studied with the help of machine learning. So bioinformatics, that makes the computer algorithm to determine gene and protein function. The first work in the area of bioinformatics, that on 1970 it was started. Fuzzy logic also started around 1965, but now we are doing in 2025 regarding the fuzzy logic. So just I'm escaping. Okay. So whenever we talk about the biological cell, it has some nucleus, and from here 23 chromosome is there, and that is structured in the form of DNA, and then we come to the gene and the nucleotide here. 4 type of nucleotides, that is GCAT in the summary form that we say. So it is changing according to time. It change, interchange we can say here, or in the biological way we can say the mutation in the gene also that happens. That mutation is again, it is cause of different diseases. Here we are talking about only the cancer sequences. So once we talk about the sequence in biology, that is defined in the form of DNA, RNA and or peptide sequences, and that is subject to variety of analytical method, mathematically or with the help of statistics can be studied. We understand the properties of function, structure and evolution of that DNA, RNA or sequence that we say. So in most of the cases, sequence alignment, biological database searches and other techniques is used to identify some disease point of view. Here we can talk about the cancer disease here. So the study of similarities between the compared sequence can be used to identify function of gene and protein using the sequencing analysis. Earlier, the phylogenetic tree was also studied. Some statistical tool were also used for the study of sequence alignment. So here the structure of DNA, RNA and protein is given. Okay. So the number of protein and nucleotide sequence known is in the millions. These sequence can be classified into protein and the gene families definitely. So ultimately what we do, we just compare these the mutation of these ATCG, and we do with some mathematical point of view and the machine learning point of view that we do here. So once we talk about the sequence alignment, it has two type of sequence alignment, that is the pairwise and the multi-level or multiple sequence alignment that we can see. So figure-wise sequence that happens in the local alignment, some part of the sequence that is the mutation can be seen, and the global also that can be seen. If if we talk about the coding and non-coding region also, that can be also decide, and once we go for the whole sequence, then it is the global alignment we are talking about. Here we are talking about the local alignment. So both way can be seen here. So once two sequences we are comparing, that is the pairwise, and definitely it has a number of sequences, the multiple sequences here. Data in the form of sequence can be taken from the NCBI library. The previous way of thinking here, the BLAST and FASTA, I am not going in detail for that only. Some papers that we have studied in this area, that is with the help of Markov chain. Then we started with the hidden Markov chain model. Then we go for the fuzzy Markov chain model, and then we have studied the last, that is the fuzzy hidden Markov chain model way of study. So one problem that I am picking here, that is the kernelized classification approach for cancer recognition using Markovian analysis of DNA structure pattern as a feature mining. So basically what we do here, okay. So as we see, the cancer, the largest cause of the death worldwide, so 100 different forms that can be seen. Some cases we have considered, that just like the breast cancer, colon and prostate we have considered in this study only. So the cancer is characterized by the complex relationship between biological and the component in the cell. Again, our focus of study this only ACTG. Now come to the what happens here, that these are the in the mutation form that transform in this way. So by transforming, okay, so cell has the 32 pair of chromosome, and each chromosome contains the gene. That gene is formed in the form of DNA or nucleotides, and here the mutation takes place. So after having such a study of a mutation, I directly go to the here what we have considered here, the 16 possible dinucleotide pattern we have considered. The sequence is divided into the coding and non-coding region, and basically two type of sequence, cancers and non-cancers considered here. So pattern recognition required, then mean max normalization of data is also required. How we do this? This we do here in this way. So here we can see if we talk about the new data, that can be normalized with the help of this formula, and it is between 0 to 1 can be considered here. Result will get between 0 to 1. So the x mean is the minimum value of the feature, x max is the maximum value of the feature, and the x is the original value of the feature that is considered. So in the methodology, basically we use here machine learning, that is between 0 to 1 we are talking about. I leave this how we normalize directly. Okay. After that, the logistic regression is also required for study. So directly I go to the problem due to time constraint. One figure is there. Okay. Some kernel also that we require to study here. So linear, polynomial, sigmoid and radial basis function is considered, and result is also compared by getting the result. After that, evaluation of the model that will be required. So true positive, true negative, false positive and false negative is considered here. That is the way of thinking of precision, recall, specificity, accuracy. So here the confusion matrix, this is well known matrix, that is confusion matrix, and with the help of this precision, sensitivity and specificity, everything that is calculated in such a way. By having this, we can predict the how much our result is correct. So this is the basic structure of our work. We start with the DNA nucleotide sequence from the NCBI, then we process the data, and then we divide into 70-30 ratio. Test for training, that is the 70% data is taken here, 30% for the testing of the data, and then it is processed by the previous method, that normalize, logistic and supervised machine learning are all applied here. And then Markov model is considered for the mutation point of view, and some statistical point of view that we have considered the classification of non-cancerous and cancerous, and by the confusion matrix that is considered whether the result is correct or not. So I just go through this one here. So this it is hidden 1000 something data is we have considered for these three cases of the cancer and the non-cancer is considered, and all the is classified in CDS and non-CDS, and whole raw sequence also considered. So total around 1100 is considered for the study. Once we talk about the Markov chain, that is that we know the first order Markov chain that depend on the only one previous result here. So by having this, we consider the Markov matrix here, transition matrix that we can say. So how the nucleotide is changing, that is based on the probability it is considered. So the complete transition probability matrix is obtained by computing a probability distribution for every pair of 16 nucleotides, that is the 4 into 4 that is considered. So a transformation shift that represent the conditional probability of 16 nucleotide pair occurring in a DNA sequence that is used here. So that we talk about here, the transition probability matrix is considered. Initially nucleotide distribution is considered, and then coding and non-coding sequence is considered in this case. Once we talk about the classification that defined for the nucleotide DNA sequences, that is we consider the malignated or non-malignant sample that is considered here. I'll just go to the direct okay. That is the transition matrix. It is considered for the CDS non-cancerous and CDS the cancerous. Here that is the structure that how it is transformed based on the probability that is considered here. Same non-CDS and the whole raw sequence is considered. After having this, supervised machine learning with the kernel that is defined earlier considered. Okay. These we have not considered in this paper, decision tree or the random forest and GBDT, that is the later part. So by having this, after applying supervised machine learning with the kernel, that the model classification and evaluation that is performed, definition is given earlier also. Now what we see here, after that the mean average deviation is considered for the both here. For all the 4 groups, it is considered higher and lower, where the cancer is higher, that is considered. And here the analysis of the breast cancer, that is a comparison of classification kernel of KR kernelized logistic regression and the supervised machine learning, that 2 cases is considered here. Same way for the other disease, that is the colon disease and the prostate disease, that is considered. But this is not sufficient for the study, that's why we go for the accuracy and the performance. So in the first case that we see here, that is the if we talk about the polynomial 3 has the more accuracy in this case. Here the random based forest radial basis function that is having the more accuracy, and the performance is also In the whole raw sequence, again, that we can say here that this one, polynomial 2 is considered for the accuracy and the performance basis. After that, after having the normalized data, we have performed the ROC curve here. In most of the cases, what we see, the area is greater than 50%. So that is the condition for the acceptance of our result. So in this model, whether it is going lower and lower, in that case we need to rectify by having some considering that model. Some safe value analysis also done. I think so. What actually we have done here, we have tried to identify the difference, identify or determine the cancerous and non-cancerous sequences under the CDS and non-CDS and whole raw DNA sequence condition. The transition matrix is considered in the form of Markov chain, and these are the some results that we have considered. Apart from that, the in the place of Markov model, we have considered the hidden Markov model and the fuzzy Markov model for the updated result. This whole work that is done by this Mr. Vijay Kalal, my PhD students, all have done PhD in mathematical biology, mathematical neuroscience, and I would like to thank all the organizers for giving me chance to deliver here my work. Okay, thank you. I hope so I have done within your time period. So if I have gone fast, excuse me. Yes. Yes, sir.
Yeah, this is a nice one. So have you used that adaptive lasso for the your data?
Which one, sir?
Adaptive lasso. You showed that SVM and another KLR. Yeah.
Yeah. KMR we have used.
You did, but
yes.
Have you checked adaptive lasso?
No.
You didn't.
No.
Or XGBoost?
I think no.
Okay. Another question is, you told in your first part of slide that you have said that a gene function you can predict for the AI method.
Yes.
So which type of data you can take for the gene function?
Here?
Yeah, first.
Just a minute.
In the beginning.
Yeah.
First third slide or fourth. I didn't remember that. So gene function and protein function prediction by AI.
No, gene function is not.
You wrote there the gene function.
Just a minute. Okay. In the beginning part, right?
Yeah, in beginning part.
Is there any?
No, I think it's
no gene function is there. That is the mutation part is considered only.
But gene function it is
no.
Okay.
This is part of
function.
Where?
To determine gene and protein functions.
This one?
Yeah.
It means only the Markov model we are talking about.
Okay.
We are not talking about any such kind of functions. Right?
Okay.
We are talking about the mutation, how it is mutate. So that is the Markov model is sufficient to deal.
But not the functions.
No any such function we have used, right?
Okay. For mutation you use it.
Definitely.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, sir.
Yes.
So thank you. Thank you for great talk. So I'm also working in same domain. So I wanted to know, I think you mentioned FASTA file and MGF. So I do think that this is mass spectrometry generated data, right? So is it mass spectrometer generated data you are working with?
No.
And it is multiomics or proteomics data?
Yes.
Multiomics or proteomics?
It is only simple proteomics.
Proteomics only?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Multi can be done, but we have not done. Only 2 sequences we have considered. Yes. Not from? Definitely, that we can say, no? Here. Just a minute. Animation sometimes give you the
At the bottom I have written. This normalization we have done, right? So that between 0 to 1 always it is there. Okay. Okay, definitely. So thank you so much.
We convey our sincere thanks to the speaker, and this talk is a nice cocktail of mathematics, biostatistics, and ML algorithms, AI, computer, and bioinformatics. So now I request Dr. Ashok Kumar Pal to give a token of remembrance to the speaker. Please, sir. Okay. Now, last lecture in this session will be delivered by Professor Rajesh Kumar Sharma. He is an academician and researcher at Guru Gobind Singh Indraprasth University, Delhi, with expertise in his research area of specialization and a strong commitment to teaching, research, and academic development. He has been actively involved in undergraduate and postgraduate education, research supervision, and scholarly activities, contributing to curriculum development, design, and academic excellence. Dr. Sharma has published a number of research articles in reputed journals and engaged in a collaborative and interdisciplinary research initiative addressing contemporary scientific and technological challenges. Through his academic and research contribution, he continues to support the advancements of higher education and research at the university. So now we welcome you, sir. Please. Okay.
And special thanks to the Dr. Rasi Nathawat to invite me to deliver this talk here. So first of all, I'm clear say that this is the invited talk for the student purpose mostly, and this data is already published, and this is my data. This is not from the taken any net or other textbook like that. So this is the basically for the BSc, MSc students. I think here in this department, they are running the BSc, MSc courses. So those who are doing the BSc, MSc, and those who wants to enter the research fields, so they can take the advantage from this particular basic invited talks results. So here today the talk is the functional engineering polymers tailored by the radiation, opportunity for the device and development and emerging applications. So I am working as a professor in the Department of Physics, University School of Basic and Applied Sciences, Guru Gobind Singh Indraprasth University, New Delhi. And this is my research group. So the 10 students have been completed the PhD under my supervision, and all 10 PhD related to the ion beam modification of the materials and their application different fields. And some students are working, and some students will present tomorrow the 2-3 research papers as poster as well as the oral presentations. And this is the research collaborators in the India as well as abroad. So And this is our university main gates. So this is the beautiful campus. We have the three campus in the Delhi. So in the different domains. So this is the 70 acre campus, and we have the 130 affiliated college. So we government has the only the single university in the Delhi, and we have 130 college, affiliated college, and 6 medical colleges in the Delhi. So this is the night view of this beautiful campus. Hello. Yeah. And these are some basic facility in my lab. So we have the X-ray diffraction, AFM, and the same facility is there, and then NMR is there, and Raman, micro Raman facility. We have the different UV facility and the FTIR and DSC and some Jetasizer facilities there in the departments. And my research group is involved in the different field of the material science. So these are the summary of the work in my group. The thin film, some students are working on the thin film. So they are using the RFS sweating, pulse laser deposition, and atomic laser deposition, and E-beam, etc. And some students are working on the energy storage materials, for example, BAZR3 and other materials also. And some students working on the materials and nanocomposite materials, nanowires, polymers, and nanocomposite polymers, ion beam modification of the materials. And these students are looking the different applications, particularly in the gas sensing applications. We have the good facility for the gas sensing application point of view. And second, thin film transistor. Some students are working on the thin film transistor, and lithium-ion battery, supercapacitor, ion track filters, and third one is the environmental application through the SSNT, solid state nuclear reactors. And this is the summary of our some work. So some students are working on this zirconium oxide, and we are looking the different application. So particularly in the CMOS application for this particular topic or this material, zirconium oxide. And some students are working on the MOS to 2D materials for looking the gas sensing application as well as the TFT, thin film transistor application point of view. And this is the flow chart, like they are doing this type of the work for related to the thin film transistors. And we have used the ion beam facility at the different ion facility, like a low energy ion beam facility and high energy ion beam facility. So you can see the difference between this low energy ion beam facility at the higher fluence 10 to the power 69 per centimeter square. And some students are working on this WO3 materials. They are looking the application for the gas sensing application point of view, and this data already published in the different journals, the materials in electronics. And some students are working on the nanowires. So they are synthesize the nanowires by the freestanding templates by this ion track filters. And we have done some work on this lithium ion battery, and this paper already published in the carbon journals. So we have used the red phosphorus material in place of the CNT. And some work on the related to this supercapacitor. So this already published in the advanced functional materials journal. Now the today talk is related to the polymers. So what is the polymers? So the first of all plastics are polymers, but not polymers are plastics. So this is the simple definition. This is the different type of polymers. So divided into two parts, conducting and insulating. Mostly polymers are related to the insulating polymers. And this is the classification of the based on the source: natural polymers, semi-synthesis polymers, and synthesis polymers. And classification of the polymers, these are the different types of polymers. So the linear branch polymers and cross-linking polymers. Why use polymers? why need this study also? So the easy process, cheap, lightweight, tough and flexible, transparent, sometimes insulating, generally polymers. And these are the most important application related to this talk. So polymers has used the fuel cells, photocatalysts and supercapacitor, polyelectrolytes and electrochromic devices, electrode materials, batteries and solar cells. So we have used the batteries as well as the supercapacitor for this study. So polymers are everywhere. So we are using the in the daily life like the food packaging, the aerospace application, clothing, medical supplies, manufactured goods and construction, electronics and PC they are using daily basis. And we have used this ion beam facility in the different centers like swift heavy ion irradiation of the different materials were carried out at the IUAC and GSI Darmstadt, Germany, and the Joint Institute of Nuclear Research, JIN at Dovna, and Ion Beam Laboratory of University of Albany in USA, and Variable Energy Cyclotron, VCC, Calcutta, and TIFR and Institute of Physics. So mostly we are using the ion beam facility from these research centers. And so you can see here the interaction of the radiation with the metals. So it's interact with the two ways, charged particle and as well as the neutrons. And third one is the electromagnetic radiations. So we are using the charged particles here, light charged particle, positrons and electrons, heavy charged particles, the swift heavy ions, which are using, and the different ions also. And we are also using the electromagnetic radiation, gamma radiation, and we have seen the effect of the gamma radiation effect as well as the ion beam radiation effects on the particular the polymer materials. So now the question is the why swift heavy ion and gamma radiation for the material modifications. So swift heavy ion interact with the materials in both ways, elastic as well as inelastic, whereas the gamma radiation interacts with the material only by the way of inelastic interaction. So this is the difference between the swift heavy ion irradiation effects as well as the gamma irradiation effects. And so that we are using this facility, ion beam facility, at the IUAC centers. So this is the chamber for the irradiation. This is the building of this IUAC. So we are using the different fluences by the high energy ion beam. At the vacuum is 10 to the power minus 6 torrs, and the beam current was 0.5 to 0.5 PNA to 1 PNA. It depends on the material to material. If you are using the polymer materials, so we will take the low current like a 0.5 PNA. If you are taking the solid materials, so we choose the high beam current like a 1 PNA like. So we are also taking the facility from gamma radiation facility at IUAC. They have very good facility. So we are using the different gamma doses like 100 gray and 250 to 1250 kilo gray. This is the high radiation gamma dose. And for the particular student point of view, what is the dose? So the amount of the gamma ray energy absorbed by the materials or body, that called the dose. So this is the difference between the fluence as well as the dose. Though if we are using the ion beam facility, then we will take the in terms of the fluence. If we are taking the facility of the gamma radiation, we will calculate the dose, different dose. So this is the calculation from the gamma radiation doses with the time. So if you want to taking the dose of this one like a 100 gray, 100 red, so you can calculate how much time taking for the irradiations. So like this is the introduction for the polymer materials for the ion beam modifications. So the polymeric properties can be modified with the many ways such as the doping variation, composition, mechanical stress, nanocomposites and ion beam irradiation. And the second, the effectiveness of these modifications produced in the polymers depend on the structure and the ion beam parameters like energy, ion beam fluence and mass and charge. and the nature of the target material itself. Like if you are using the polymers, the charge state is the different, and if you are using the solids, the charge state is different, and the modification also different. So, the detection of the characterization of the defects free volume in the polymeric materials are particular importance of the improved the control of the material properties. So, there are the number of techniques useful the defect investigation, none of which however can provide the information required in a definitive study. So, we cannot we cannot conclude only the one technique, characterization one technique, but we can take the we can use the different characterization techniques. So, we can conclude the results. So, you can see this the energy loss of the low energy ion beam and as well as high energy ion beam. So, we are using the stopping power from the different TIM codes. So, we can calculate the depth of the ions, how much penetrate the ions in the materials. And this is the shrimp calculation. For example, if we are taking the thickness of the different thickness, so the or like we are taking the 100 MeV oxygen ion beam. This is the polymers, and this is the polymer types, different macrofold Kg, Kn, N, and polymer nano 6 and Cr39 polymer Kapton H. So, this is the depth by the ion beam, 70 MeV carbon ions and 50 MeV lithium ions. So, these are the different the penetrating power of the ions. And general effects of the polymers, these are the general effects of the polymers by the radiations. And these are the some application of the radiation effects on the polymeric materials, the aerospace application, health physics, radiation dosimetry. So, in the morning session, the Professor Rao already discussed with the radiation dosimetry, but we are doing the different way, but he is doing the different. So, the third one is the surface coating as a modified polymers and biomedical application and electronic industries. So, these are the effects after the radiations and some applications. These are the some important applications of the polymers, different polymers. So, we have used the different polymers like the PMMA, PET and PU and PEEK and PTFE, and these are the some applications. So, now the question is the importance of the radiation in the material science. So, energy loss process responsible for the material modification, modification of the surface, interface and structural transformation by this ion beam, and modification of the electrical and optical properties, and engineering the electronic material and devices. And why this study? So, it is expected in the different experimental studies will bring out the complementary aspects, and that together with the computer simulation and the theoretical work will lead to the complete picture and may help in the developing new polymers with the precisely tailored property for the scientific applications. So, now we are interested the measurement of the free volume in the polymers. So, the polymers has the as natural the free volume, but we can increase or decreases by the ion beam irradiation as well as the gamma radiations. So, we are interested only the measuring the free volume size basically. So, this is the polymer change. So, here is the polymer. So, we are measuring this free volume size. So, the free volume modification mainly depend on the two parameters, chain scission and chain cross linking. So, in particular polymers, they have the two categories, chain scission and chain cross linking. So, these two modifications are further functional polymer structures, ion energy and ion species. So, effect of the free volume modification upon the polymer properties means why free volume. So, we can increase the ion conductivity through this ion beam, and we can increase the polymerization, gas permeability measurement and density gradient, and we have seen in our result. So, we have increasing or changes the structure properties, and we have published these papers in the in a good journal, Results in Physics. And the why pulse, positron annihilation lifetime spectroscopy, why it is important. So, positron can provide unique information on a wide variety of the problem,
condensed matter physics, the positron annihilation can be applied in the field of non-destructive testing of the material as the information is carried out of the material by the penetrating annihilation radiation. Equipment is not a very expensive and commercial available nowadays. So, we are using this facility at Saha Institute of Nuclear Physics, Calcutta. So, this is the long measurement, long time measurement here. So, you can see this schematic diagram. So, this is the accelerator basically is the fall on the target materials like a polymers, for example target polymers here. So, it is create the primary ionization and secondary ionizations and delta rays, and the main effects of these cross linking and transition and gas liberalization. And this is the polymer you can see here. So, there the number of free volume are available. So, we are measuring the size of this free volume size. And these are the positron annihilation spectroscopy have a unique combination with these attributes. The positron annihilation technique is a powerful technique. You can compare with the TEM also. So, you can measure the defects also from this techniques as well as the TEM size. So, both are equally. We have done the same exercise by the TEM as well as the pulse. So, the high detection sensitivity 10 to the power 16 per centimeter cube for vacancy and open volume defects, size estimation from the vacancy to the large open volume, moderate depth resolution, and no need for special sample preparation for this techniques. Sample preservation, since the technique is inherently non-destructive, it can be easily integrated with the variety of complementary analysis technique. So, these are the internal structure of the material may be probed measuring the fundamental different quantities. So, these are the three techniques: positron annihilation lifetime spectroscopy at DBS and the angular correlation annihilation radiations. But from these three techniques we are using only the two techniques, the positron pulse as well as DBS. So, you can see here that this is the positron source. The positron source emission the positron and interact with these materials, though interact with these materials, interact with this electron also, they create the two gamma rays in the opposite direction 180 degree, and this birth signal the positrons and the dead signal is here. So, we are measuring the time interval between the birth and dead signals here delta t. So, this is the lifetime measurement. So, tau 3, so there are the three parameters tau 1, tau 2 and tau 3. So, we are interested only the tau 3 because this is the orthopositonium, it is a long lifetime and it is directly correlated the free volume size of the polymers. Yes. So, we can calculate by this tau 3 lifetime by this semi empirical formula, and this is the lifetime parapositonium, orthopositonium and decay into 2 gamma in presence the matters peak of annihilation. So, we are interested only the between the orthopositonium annihilations, and this is the sample preparation for taking the measurement of the pulse. And after preparation the measurement, after the preparation of the samples, take the measurement the tau 1, tau 2, tau 3. So, you can see this the time versus the counts. So, we have collected the 1 lakh counts and analyzed by the PET-FIT program. So, calculate the orthopositonium lifetime measurements. So, these are the intensity with the different tau 1, tau 2, tau 3 times, and these are the positron sources. So, we are using only the first one, sodium 22, because the half lifetime is more and the positron emission is the 90%. So, we are using only the single 22, but there are the number of the positron source are available in the market. So, additional and supporting characterization. So, these are the characterizations swift heavy ion and gamma radiation by the FTR, UV, XRD and SAM, and this is the experimental work done
by the different polymers, this macrophol KGN and polypropylene and Cr39, and different dose, different ions and different thickness. So, for examples, I am just finishing within 2 minutes. So, we have taken the one example, the polyamide nylon 6. So, we have exposed by the this oxygen ion beam irradiation by the 100 MeV, and this data already published in the vacuum journals in 2015. So, here you can see the tau 1, tau 2, tau 3 lifetime measurements. So, you can see the pristine samples, the tau 1 is the 1.66 and last one is the higher fluence of 1.65. So, increasing the lifetime by the irradiation by the different fluences. So, we can calculate by the free volume from this lifetimes. So, you can see that lifetime pristine sample is 2.5 and last one is the 2.513. So, decreasing the radius. So, calculate the free volume like from this semi-empirical formula in the previous slides, and this is the X-ray diffraction, you can see this. So, we have calculated the crystallite size. So, the pristine sample is the 13.32 angstrom and the higher one is the 14.12. So, increasing the crystallite size by the ion beam irradiation. So, it is support with the free volume as well as study data. And this is the UV measurement from this same sample of same fluence. So, the band gap is 3.7, the pristine sample, and the higher fluence 10 to the 12 is the 3.07. So, decreasing the band gap. So, the conclusion, this is the FTR, there is no change, only the changes in the FTR data, only the intensity variation. And the same sample exposed by the gamma radiations. So, almost the tau 3 is the pristine sample is the same, but at the higher doses and the gamma dose, the 1.709 is the lifetime measurement. And you can see this XRD data also, the pristine is this 13.36 and the higher dose is 14.40. So, increasing the crystallite size. So, this is the band gap data. So, this is the pristine. So, the band gap energy is 3.7 and higher doses 1250 3.14. So, increasing the band gap at the higher doses. So, in the same case there is no difference with the FTIR data, only the difference between the intensity of the peaks. And here is the comparison ion beam irradiation as well as the gamma radiation in the previous slide. So, increasing in crystalline nature in the higher fluence by the pulse, shift in the position of the diffraction peak, change in the structural properties, improvement in the optical properties at higher fluence, minor chemical changes seen by the FTIR spectroscopy, and with the same comparison with the gamma exposure. So, increase in the crystalline nature at the lower and intermediate fluence by the pulse, no shift in the diffraction peak in the XRD by this gamma radiation effect, increasing in crystalline nature at lower and highest doses by this XRD, improvement in the optical properties at higher doses by UV visible, minor chemical changes seen like a intensity in the peak. So, the final conclusion, effect of the shift heavy ion irradiation was more than the gamma exposure for this particular polymers. Same in the polycarbonate, but the time is less. So, just I am showing these slides. So, we have taken the same ion and the same gamma radiation doses by the different polymers. So, here is the comparison, and we have taken the third polymers, the PMMA, by the using the 70 MeV carbon ion irradiation and gamma exposure. So, same results are there, but different results are different because they depend on the material to material, like we are using the different polymer materials, here using the different polymers. But you can see this difference between this ion beam irradiation effects on these polymers by the same results. You can see this same image is the pristine is A, and the lithium ion irradiate by the lower fluence here, and you can see this ion beam effect, and this is the gamma radiation effects. So, it is clear shown the effects of this ion beam as well as the gamma radiations. So, the future prospects of the present study, this study can help the polymer scientists to have the better understanding of the polymer properties, which help them to tailor these polymers according to their requirement as to have the better applicability in the material world. So, if you want different applications, you can use the different polymer samples, or you can choose the different ion beam as well as different gamma radiation doses. So, thank you.
Thank you, sir, for such a nice and informative talk. And I am surely say that researcher working in physics will be benefited with this talk. Now, I request convener of the conference, Dr. Rashi Nathawat, to felicitate the speaker.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Assis. Now, Professor Dr. Rasi, madam, please facilitate to.
As we come close to this session, I sincerely thanks to all the speakers and audience for patientfully and actively participating in this session. Now, I would like to invite all of you to join for a cup of tea at Old Food Court.
Thank you, sir. So we will have a quick tea break. It is just outside with the poster session. Within 10 minutes, please come back for the last session. Then there will be a bus which will be going for the dinner venue. It will be at a Swapnalok resort. It is a different resort. So the buses are arranged for that. So when this session ends, we will collect at this main gate where the buses will be there, and we can go to the dinner venue. Okay, so please take a quick 10 minutes tea break and then come back for the last session, oral session, and then we will assemble for the dinner. Tomorrow's session will be in the lecture hall complex, room number 004. So everyone has to be assembled at lecture hall complex tomorrow. Okay, thank you for joining. Thank you.
presentation. I am Dr. Vijaya Haubam, session coordinator for this oral presentation. I invite Dr. Jayasmita Jana, assistant professor, who is the session chair for this session. She is working currently on advanced functional material, electrochemistry, and nanochemistry. Please, Dr. Jayasmita.
Thank you, Dr. Vijay, for the introduction. Now we are going to start the oral presentation session, and 5 speakers are there. I would like to mention that our time restriction is for 8 minutes for each participant. Please stick to the time. And now I would like to invite Dr. Amit Kumar Goel from Manipal Institute of Technology, Manipal Academy of Higher Education, Manipal, India. His abstract ID is OR014. Sir, please come.
Can I stop sharing of my presentation?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Please, sir.
Good evening. Good evening, all. So I am Amit Goyal from Manipal Academy of Higher Education, Mahe, Manipal, and I will be presenting my work entitled Electro-Optically Regulated Dielectric Coatings for Energy Efficient Window Applications. The flow will be as follows. So we'll start with the introduction, like what are the smart windows, their working principles, followed by the design methodology that we use to design the structures, some design parameters. So here I will be talking about the optimized parameters only, followed by the simulation results that what we have got, and that we will end it with the conclusions. So when I talk about the smart window, it means the window or any you can say coating which can regulate the transmission or absorption or reflection of the light. It could be governed by the external factor, or it could be the self factor could be there. When I'm saying the external factors, in the external factor we can use the different materials, like we can have the electro-optical materials, we can have the thermo-optical materials, or we can have some mechanical external force which tune this property. Most of the times when we talk about the smart windows, people talk about controlling the opacity of these structures. Opacity means it's in one time it's a transparent, and in another time it is opaque. It's not allowing to pass the visible lights. But in this particular case, we are more interested in regulating the IR regions, IR wavelength, because if we are talking about the smart window for buildings applications, specifically to decrease the energy consumptions. For example, when we are talking about the summer regions, normally our solar AM 1.5 spectra is having the light from 300 nanometer to around 2 micrometers. The majority of the lights falls in these regions. So in the case of summer regions, that IR radiations, say 800 plus nanometer, 800 nanometer plus radiations is causing the heat inside the buildings. So if we can regulate that flow of that radiations, like if we can control the IR radiations, we can actually save a lots of electricity consumptions. So that's the idea here. Benefit will be if we can design these coatings, they will be having energy efficient. We will be getting the thermal comfort, visual comfort, because we are not working or we are not tailoring the transmission of our visual lights, and of course it will be resilient to the extreme weather conditions because we are using such materials that we will see. Applications wise, if I will talk, we can use them in the buildings, we can use the automobiles. For example, you can use the same coatings onto the your vehicle's window. When you are parking into the summer, the inside of the car will not heat up that much. We can use into the aircrafts, sunglasses, and of course some other greenhouse applications. The working principle, if I say, for example, suppose we have the glass. So suppose we have this glass, over this we are designing one coating. So the coating is like in the hot weather conditions, like in the summer, it will reflect complete IR radiation from the solar spectra, whereas it will transmit the visible radiations. So there will be no visibility issue inside the buildings, inside the vehicles, you can say. But since it is completely reflecting the IR radiations, heating issue will also be will not be there. Whereas in the cold weather condition, this same coating should be able to transmit both IR and visible radiations. So if it is transmitting the IR radiations, it means it will be automatically, the inside of the buildings will be automatically heat up. So for this particular example, we are using the electro-optical materials. So recently the dust, which is the dimethyl amino based material, is explored by the peoples who has very high electro-optical coefficients. So we utilize the dust material to control the flow of, or control the transmission of IR radiations here. Considering aluminum oxynitride ALON as a metallic layer, these are the dust materials. In between we have the CEF3. So we are designing a multi-layer structure, CEF3 being chosen because of its compatibility with the dust materials. A detailed optimization was carried out to see the thickness of the structures and all. And here you can see that I'm showing the direct final results, the optimized one. So we consider the glass as a 1 micrometer thickness surrounded by the air. The CEF3 we took, the optimized one was around 180 nanometer, and the dust thickness was around 108 nanometer, and the metallic context that was around 5 nanometer. This optimization was carried out using COMSOL multiphysics. The index of the dust is varying, depends on the applied voltage as well as the thickness of the dust materials, where 2.2 is the basic refractive index without any applied voltage, and the 3.41 is the electro-optical coefficients. So we considered the application in the range of plus minus 15 volt. So we optimize the structure, and here are the results. So when we are saying at around minus 50 volt, you can say I'm plotting this spectrum from 400 nanometer to around 1600 nanometer, and the red region is showing the complete transmittance. It means the minus 15 volt, when we are saying all the light is being transmitted, which is favorable for our winter conditions. Whereas if we are applying the plus 15 volt, you can see in the IR region, the transmittance is decreased significantly, which is favorable for our summer conditions. So that same you can see here. So here you can say the same design coating is showing just by applying a plus 15 and minus 15 voltage, the same coating, same structure can be used to regulate the flow of IR radiations. That was the objective of this work. So in conclusion, we can say this is the structure. We utilize substrate metal, then dust as the electro-optical materials. In between we had the CEF3, and the surrounding was the air. The structure was designed using FEM modeling of COMSOL multiphysics, where around 73% of IR radiation blocking was done by applying the voltage for the hot weather conditions. Thank you. These are the few references which people are doing. Thank you. Any questions? Yeah. So major hurdle in this kind of devices are the fabrications only, because when we talk about the new materials, we need to check about the compatibility and the deposition process. Luckily, this dust has been explored from last 7-8 years, and people, the fabrication and deposition methods are well established. You can easily deposit this material at even the larger scale, so that won't be a problem. And CEF3 has very good affinity. Yeah. That we haven't checked, so I can't comment on that. No, that's what I'm saying, that because the major cost will come in the material side only. So that I haven't checked yet, so I can't comment on the cost side. But feasibility is there. Yeah. Yeah, why not, man? Yes, so actually there are already materials are there. Dust is one we used because it has high electro-optical coefficients. There are materials which have a little low electro-optical coefficient, but they are very cost effective. But the point will be there you need to apply a very large voltage to get the similar results. So ultimately you are going to save something, but you are applying a high voltage there. So the trade-off will come into picture. So that's why we went with this material, where by using just plus minus 15 volt, we can reduce a significant amount of the IR radiations. That was the major issue. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Amit, for this presentation, beautiful presentation. Now we will get connected with Dr. Bright, who will be delivering his talk via online. So, Dr. Bright, are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, can you please start? You have 8 minutes of time.
Is my slide is visible?
No, sir. No, sir. Your slide is not visible. Can you please share the slides? Sir, are you sharing your slides?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
It's not visible here.
Excuse me, sir, I think you're not sharing your screen. So if you share your screen, we'll be able to see your slides.
Okay.
If you open Teams, somewhere in the window, there will be an option to share your screen, like the share.
Is it visible now?
No, sir. So when you click the share option, it will show multiple options. So please share your screen instead of a particular window, sir. So that even if you switch tabs, you'll be able to access.
Now I am inviting Dr. Ayushi G. Patel from IISHLS Indus University for her talk. And ma'am, the time is 8 minutes.
Okay, so good evening. My name is Ayushi Patel and I'll be presenting my work on X-type hexaferides. So basically, yeah, so X-type hexaferides are basically having the molecular formula of Ba2 Me2 Fe28O46, where Me is any divalent cation, and as you can see over here, so these are called the blocks, S block, R block and T block, which have oxygen layers, like 2 oxygen layers, 3 and 4 consecutively. And so this picture that you see here is 1/3 of unit cell of a X-type hexagonal ferrite. So basically X-type is a very complex structure with many ions inside of it, and it is also said to be a combination of one M-type and W-type unit combined. So when it comes to X-type, it is difficult to synthesize basically X-type, because the synthesis conditions and the temperature range lies in the range of 1200 to 1400 for all of these hexaferides. So So what we have done in some previous studies, we have tried to find an optimum temperature, and from the studies we have found that 1300 degrees Celsius is the optimum temperature when it comes to making the X-type hexagonal ferrite. And another thing that we do is we substitute some ions in place of ferric oxides. So we have substituted indium and gallium, and we have found that the magnetic properties and the dielectric properties are vastly affected from the substitution. And from here I come to the objective of this presentation. The objective of this presentation is to find out whether two ions can be substituted in place of one ferric ion. So we have made this many samples and used all of these elements in combination, which have the ionic radius like this and the average ionic radius of the combination. We've used the sol gel autocombustion technique for preparing the hexagonal ferrites. As you can see here, the difference in the ionic radius. So this is the ferric ion which we are substituting, and in place of that we are sometimes using the GD or Y or gallium or aluminium. So these are the X-ray patterns. The X-ray pattern of the pristine sample, that is without any substitution, is here. And as you can see, this 1,115 is the peak which represents the X phase. So it is the characteristic peak of the X phase. So that is visible in these samples, which are aluminium gallium, gadolinium aluminium, gadolinium gallium, and GDY. So here the X phase has been successfully formed, but in these two, which is aluminium yttrium and gallium yttrium, the M phase and W phases are also present, and so this has a mixed phase structure. So some more structural parameters, as you can see here, the average ionic radius of aluminium gallium is the least one, which is lesser than ferric, and so there the you can see some change in the lattice parameter C less than the pristine sample. Otherwise, in all other samples, the lattice parameter C has increased. Cell volume is also highest for the samples which have more heavier ions, and despite the changes in the lattice parameters A and C, the C by A ratio remains somewhat constant. So we believe that the crystal lattice or the unit cell has been successfully formed without any much more deformation. Okay, so this is the Fourier transform infrared spectroscopy. Here, these vibrational bands, they represent the metal oxygen vibrations, and so the same is represented in all of the samples. Here, some other bands are also formed apart from the pristine sample, so that is likely caused by the excess oxygen vibrations. This is the most important thing when it comes to hexagonal ferrites. So we are studying their magnetic properties. As you can see from all the hysteresis loops, that all of them are having soft magnetic nature, and with comparison to the pristine sample, they all have lesser saturation magnetization values. And if we compare the coercivity, then the coercivity is increasing, as you can see here, the HC values. So the pristine sample has lesser coercivity and all other samples have more coercivity, so more magnetic field is required. So they are soft in nature, but compared to the pristine, they are not easily magnetizable. And if we see the anisotropy field, the anisotropy energy also increases from 740 for pristine sample to around 790 to 909 for other samples. And so this means anisotropy field basically means how hard it is for a particular material, how hard it is to bring them into an easy axis of magnetization. So compared to the pristine sample, the other samples are particularly difficult, and other than the hysteresis, there is the dielectric studies. So this is low frequency dielectric, and dielectric behavior is usually dependent on bulk density and crystallite size. So in hexaferrites, basically crystallite size, the crystal structure heavily influences the magnetic properties and the dielectric properties. So the bulk densities are 86 to 88% for other samples, and for GAY it is 57%, and so it has influenced the dielectric behavior. And the dielectric constants stabilize at around 100 kilohertz, and they are around they are having the value of around 11. Next, we see the dielectric properties at 2 megahertz to 20 gigahertz frequencies. You can see here that the pristine sample has dielectric constant of around 7, 8, and all other samples have a larger dielectric constant. So the dielectric values have been influenced by these substitutions. The loss values are very low, and so this are good dielectric properties. Yeah, it's done. Last slide. So
Hello?
the summary is that
Yes, ma'am.
some of
I will
them
take next presentation. I will take.
some of them had pure X phase, while others had mixed phase, and some of them, one elemental substitution had better lesser density, and others had better density, and the saturation magnetization values decreases in all the samples, and the coercivity increases in all the samples. So we have tried to study the magnetic and dielectric properties for X type. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so for that we have something called Mosbar spectroscopy, and we have not performed that for these samples. So with that we can actually know that ferric ions are in which type of octahedral and tetrahedral sites.
Dr. Bright, you are there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, can you please share your slides now?
Yeah, yeah. Just a moment.
So again, the MS screen is of the window where are you able to see the account? Yes, so now your screen is visible. So please go into presentation mode. So,
Presentation mode.
yes, yes, sir, you can start.
Yeah, 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 sure. Dr. Bright Keshwani from Purnima University with OR 00055 abstract ID. You can now present. You have 8 minutes of time. Please start. Sir, you
Good
can
evening, all. Yes. Good evening, all. The title of my presentation is Hybrid Quantum Nano Architectures Leveraging the Biological Self-Assembly for Scalable Quantum Computing. So, the term hybrid quantum nano refers to the integration of quantum functional material like qubits and with nanobiological structures, and uh, the term hybrid indicates that we are combining quantum physics with nanotechnology and biology rather than relying on a single discipline. And the in this title, the phrase biological self-assembly means using natural molecular processes such as DNA, origami, and protein scaffolds. Okay, so these can automatically organize themselves at the nanoscale with extremely high precision. And finally, scalable quantum computing addresses one of the biggest challenge in the field: how to reliably place and control a large number of qubits. So this is how we structured our title of this work. Let us, these are the contents of this presentation. This work shows that the quantum processors can be programmed like biological systems. Am I audible? Yeah. So with this motivation, I will now move to the introduction part. As you all know that quantum computing is the need of today, and quantum computing exploits the superposition and entanglement to solve the certain problems faster than classical computers. And quantum computers require large number of qubits, long coherence times, and precise control over qubit interactions. So this is uh, the difference between classical bit and qubit. Qubit means quantum bit. This slide compares a classical bit with a qubit. A classical bit can exist only in either 0 or 1, while a qubit can exist in 0, 1, or both simultaneously. And
Called as superposition. So this figure typically shows a binary switch for a classical bit and a sphere or wave-like representation for qubit, helping us understand how qubit can encode more information than classical bits. These are some properties of qubits: superpositions, measurement, entanglement, and coherence. So without going inside in this theoretical matter, let us discuss about the where the idea come in our mind. So when we talk about the limitations of previous work, we have these are the citations given in this slide. These are few citations where we found that a research gap is there. Why this slide explains why the traditional fabrication methods are not sufficient for the scalable quantum computing, and it introduces the proposed solution. Conventional top-down lithography faces several challenges at the nanoscale, and it includes the limited precision, high fabrication cost, and poor compatibility with fragile quantum material. And if the number of qubits will be increases, some issues arises that related to the poor scalability, decoherence, and crosstalks, and loss of computational talks. So some errors, when some errors occur, and to overcome these limitations,
This work proposes a bottom-up biological self-assembly approach where DNA, origami, and protein-based scaffolds provides the nanometer to sub-nanometer precision, molecular level programmability, and cost-effective scalability. And by integrating these biological scaffolds with quantum functional material, the goal is to achieve deterministic and precise qubit placement, which enables the stable entanglement and fault tolerance quantum architectures. So uh, you can see in this figure also. So there are several limitations of the existing work. So existing research has demonstrated either nanoscale biological scaffolds or quantum elements independently, and a systematic framework combine both with coherence and entanglement analysis is still missing in the previous uh, literature. So previous work. Our methodology is based on this is the overall methodology how we work on to overcome the limitations of this work. So our methodology is a pipeline, not a single experiment. Overall framework has several steps. The first step is design, then fabrication, then integration, then simulation and validation. So we have adopted the bottom-up approach using biological self-assembly, which combines the molecular design, quantum element integration, and simulation-driven validation, which will ensure the precision, predictability, and scalability. So, without going much inside, these are the results and analysis. We have proposed the hybrid quantum nano methodology, and this slide presents the overall hybrid quantum nano methodology followed by this research, and it shows the systematic pipeline from design to validation, and approach begins with the design of biological scaffold, uh, followed by quantum element integration, simulation, and performance. So the workflow diagram shows a linear or circular flow, visually connected the design, fabrication, integration, simulation, and validation, which clearly illustrating that how biological self-assembly and quantum modeling are combined into a unified and scalable framework. So these are some experimental work done by Professor Shangling Peng, who is the collaborator of us, and they did it in their laboratory in Taiwan. So yes, so this slide focuses on the entanglement fidelity achieved between the qubit pairs, and the result shows value from the 0.82 to 0.88 when hello.
Have you, this was your final slide, sir?
Hello.
Then the time is over.
No. Some slides are still there.
So actually your time is over now. So can you just...
Is it visible now?
No, sir, it's not visible also. So please conclude your talk because your time is over now.
Okay. So in this research work, we proposed and demonstrated a hybrid quantum nano architecture that uses the biological self-assembly, especially DNA origami and protein-based scaffolds,
to address one of the most critical challenges in quantum computing, that is precise and scalable qubit placement. We designed programmable biological scaffolds, integrated quantum function material like NV centers and quantum dots, and systematically evaluated their performance using the quantum simulation and experimental validation. Our result shows high binding efficiency, nanometer level precision, stable coherence behavior, and entanglement fidelity reaching up to the 0.88, and this is confirming that biological platforms can reliably support the quantum interactions.
Yeah, sir, your time is up now. So
Okay, thank you. Yes, yes. Thank you, ma'am.
but your slides were not visible. I'm sorry. Last few slides, I think.
Okay.
So,
Can I share now again? Can I share it again?
I think no, but now we are going for question session. If anyone has any question, please you can go. I think, sir, there is no question. Thank you very much for your talk. We will be
Thank you,
concluding
ma'am.
shortly.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Now we will invite Dr. Renuka for from Department of Chemistry, Manipal University, Jaipur. For her, ma'am, 8 minutes of time. Sure.
Let me just check, is it on turn on? Yeah, it is on. There's a one turn on. Next slide, please. Okay. Let me just one second.
Okay, thank you for this opportunity. I'm going to present the web server which we have developed to predict the molecular imprinted polymers efficiency for anti-cancer drugs, which can be imprinted with the molecular imprinted polymers. So in this study, it contains water molecular imprinted polymers, methods where we need ML heuristics, research and discussion, and conclusion. So molecular imprinted polymers, these are done like synthesized using sol gel or self-assembly, and these polymers can imprint, or the drug can be cross-linked, and the drug can be part of the polymer. So these polymers, the aim of this work is to design the molecular imprinted polymers using anti-cancer drugs, which can help in drug delivery systems and as well as diagnostics. And develop this drug web server will help in estimating the imprinting factor. Imprinting factor is very important when you are synthesizing any kind of polymer, and you have to know the selectivity and recognition of that drug. Then there is a need for the imprinting factor to understand, and it will help to develop these nanopolymers. So applications, as I discussed, it's related to drug delivery and as well as biosensors, and also have lot of applications with environmental detections as well. So in this study, we have considered anti-cancer drugs, about 321 licensed anti-cancer drugs. Out of them, 290 drugs, this is from the literature. So 290 drugs have FDA approved, and out of them, the key challenges of these anti-cancer drugs are toxicity and bioavailability. So the bioavailability is very poor in several cancer drugs which are used in chemotherapy, and the whole data is framed in such a way that these drugs are antimetabolites and also alkylating agents. So that is where we are looking into the different kind of approach in this methodology, where the synthesis emerges to the machine learning approaches, where the selectivity and sensitivity can be better understood. So as we all know how the molecular imprinted polymers are synthesized using cross-linkers and as well as initiators. So that is where these polymers are usually synthesized, and there are various methods like self-assembly method, sol gel method. I am not going into the synthesis method, just giving you the introduction or briefing about what are these methods which are used in polymer synthesis, right? And a combination of organic and inorganic which is used as hybrid polymers, these can also be synthesized. And we have some data which is from the experimental data which we have considered a part of this machine learning approach, and we have the literature data as well. So the whole data consists of 16 drugs which have been used in molecular imprinted polymer studies, and out of them the 11 columns are the features which we have taken, and 252 rows, and that is where the data whole works out with 7:3 ratio of the cross validation with different classified decision tree, random forest, KNN or lasso ridge, or all these algorithms were neural networks were used for studying, and with 8 key features of the template like the concentration, molecular weight, solubility, log X, log P, and all these features. Crosslinker also we have taken some concentration and as well as the molecular weight. For the functional monomer also we have taken the features like concentration and as well as the molecular weight. So once you synthesize these molecular imprinted polymers, the imprinting factor will be differing. So to understand the imprinting factor, that is where the drug with MIPs and without MIPs can be helping us to calculate this imprinting factor. So for this study, we have taken the data, and this data is merged in the form of smileys, chemical smileys, which act as a molecular descriptors. These 70% is the training data set and 30% is the test data set, which is the experimental data, and later on we have trained the models in such a way that we can develop a web server for this. So the data, we started with one drug, 5-fluorouracil, and then we found that decision tree has less error factor, RMSE. So that is where we considered for other drugs also the same decision tree regression. So this is the first version of the web server which we have developed. I will show and demonstrate how the web server looks right now. And this is the first version with the 5-fluorouracil we have developed. And later on we have considered all the anti-cancer drugs to do these machine learning algorithms, considering the different classified ML models. And also we have considered to do the image processing approach from the same images, where we can understand the cavity narrowing, shrinking, and as well as swelling, which helps to understand how the absorption of these cavities are and how they can be better for selectivity and recognition. So this is the whole web server flow of how these data is considered from the MIPs and NIPs and cavities for the image processing, and later on developing the just a minute. So this is the web server which we have developed. It contains all the data related which we have extracted the template and as well as functional monomer crosslinker. And then we have here you can take the smileys of any of these drug molecules like just taking one. Okay. You can either type the name or smiley and enter, and then it will give the imprinting factor of that polymer. So in this way, it will reduce the time to understand what will be the imprinting factor after you synthesize, and then how it can help you to synthesize them, what is the concentration you can use for synthesizing these polymers. And it also have the visualization as well, 3D visualization for these polymers. Okay. No, it's fine. Here you can also design another way where you can give the different concentrations as you wish, and as well as you can synthesize, you can also demonstrate them. In this way, this web server has the possibility of different parameters like the monomer, crosslinker, and as well template in different concentrations, and then you can give the drug molecule as any of these. So you can give the smileys here, or you can set the parameters like how much concentration you want to give, and then you can generate the visualization as well. So this will give the visualization, how it looks and what kind of bond length distribution it has, and what are the other features it is having. So that is where this whole story is about, how we try to develop this web server. And in conclusion, it is a framework which helps to have effective approach for advanced molecular imprinted polymers. For we actually focused on anti-cancer drugs, and machine learning approaches helps in cavity classification. Of course, we have the lack of large data set, that is a drawback, but still we attempted to do that. And in broad vision, we would like to make this web server open source and freely accessible for better synthesis of nanomaterials of molecular imprinted polymers. Thank you for this opportunity. I would like to acknowledge all my research scholars and project fellows who have been constantly working with me and helped me to do this kind of experiments in this journey. And my collaborators, mentors, all, and also Department of Chemistry, Manipal University, Jaipur. I would like to thank you for this support. Last but not least, my kids and family who have been standing with me all the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Renuka, for your talk. And now we are going to invite our last speaker for this session, Ms. Jagriti Singh, and from Department and Statistics, MUJ. Ma'am, you have 8 minutes of time. Please continue the time.
everyone. My name is Jagriti Singh Chindawat. I am research scholar. I am pursuing my research under the supervision of Dr. Monica Sani, Department of Mathematics and Statistics, Manipal University, Jaipur. The title of my study is Availability Evaluation in a Thermal Power Plant using Markov-Birth Process Approach. These are the content of my presentation. So the process of converting several kind of energy into electric energy is known as a power generation, or we can say that electricity generation. And these thermal power plants are the backbone of these power generation industry, as well as various industry, residential and commercial sectors, by providing them with electricity for manufacturing, transporting, communication, lighting, etc. A thermal power plant is a complex system which consists of many of subsystems like boiler, coal handling unit, superheater, reheater, condenser, turbine, etc. For the smooth power generation, it is necessary that these thermal power plants are work without interruption, because any failure or downtime leads to disruption of the electricity supplies and also increase the maintenance cost, loss in the power output, etc. To resolve this problem, reliability and availability methodologies are used, which are helpful to improve the overall system functionality so that it will reduce the maintenance cost as well as increase the efficiency of the system. These are some literature reviews regarding my studies. So in our study, we consider three subsystems, namely boiler, superheater and reheater, in which superheater consists two units which are connected in cold standby unit, and all these three units are connected into series configuration, which means any one of unit is fail, then the system lead to complete failure. These are the assumption which we used for our study. First, all the subsystems are operate smoothly without any failure initially. Second, it is assumed that the system is either in the working state or in the failed state. And the last one is the repair rates are statistically non-independent and constant as the time passes. In this table, we have the failure rates or the repair rates for each subsystem. The methodology we have used in our paper is the Markov-Birth process using the Champagne-Kolmogorov differential equation. In the figure, it shows that the circle shows the component in the working state, and the rectangle shape shows that the failure state. We have total 7 states in which 2 states are working. These are the mathematical differential equations which we have used to calculate the availability equation. This one, in the equation 14, we have the availability equation for our system. The table shows that the impact of the variation in the failure rate. It is observed that if we increase the failure rate, the availability of the system decreases with the time. The next table shows the impact of the variation in the repair rate. Also, it is observed that with increase in the repair rate, the availability of the system also increases. These are the graphical representation. So in the conclusion, we can say that it is observed that the failure rates and the repair rates influence the thermal power plant system availability. So in the end, we can conclude that by using the cold standby redundancy technique, the working of the system can be improved and the system will perform more efficiently. These are the references. Thank you.
Thank you, Jagriti, for your talk. It was nice. If anyone has any question, the question session is now open. It seems no one has any questions. So thank you, Ms. Jagriti, for your talk. So with this talk, we are now concluding the session. And sir,
So I request Dr. Praveen sir to give a memento to session chair.
now I will ask Dr. Saurav to make the announcement for tomorrow's sessions. Saurav sir, can you?
Thank you everyone. नहीं leadership करनी है, खाली participants ही. Okay. So there will be a bus at the gate number 2. We will go for the dinner at nearby resort. Okay. So all of you must just gather at gate number 2. Tomorrow the session will start at 9:15 in lecture hall complex 004. Okay. Tomorrow morning 9:15 lecture hall complex 004. Thank you. Thank you for joining.